Chapter 1756. Although these four generals were dressed like generals, their true identities were four true deities. They were Zhuojing Xinbei, who founded the Weizhong clan, Zhuojing Xinbei, who founded the Afubu clan, Yanqing Xinbei, who founded the Six-Man clan, and Shizu Xinbei, who founded the Jinshou clan. In Chinese, Shenbi was the second generation of gods, while Shenbi was the grandson of gods. It was a special title for the gods and demigods of the Tiansun clan, which was composed of the second generation and grandson of gods. It was similar to the word life, four male gods, and cell, four female gods. Although their names and clans were completely different, the four of them were indeed blood brothers, descendants of the Tianxiang mountain life. The Tianxiang mountain life was another title for the Skyfire bright god after he moved to the Tianxiang mountain area. In other words, the four of them were the direct descendants of the Skyfire bright god. Unfortunately, it was probably because Mother Goddess did not have a good bloodline or human origin. Although the four of them had obtained a divine body, a divine name, divinity, and even became the ancestral gods of a certain family, they did not have divinity. They could not become righteous gods, and could not obtain a divine title. They could not obtain a divine power like the bright god of the heavenly fire, and could only be a war god. In other words, they were thugs. It was a tragedy. Brothers, go! Seeing Erica and Liliana appear, Zhuojing Shenbi shouted and urged his Pegasus to charge at them. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an arrow suddenly appeared in front of Zhuojing, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air. Zhuojing Shenbi's expression changed greatly. He quickly raised his spear and hit the arrow's edge. Clang! The arrow's trajectory was deflected, and it flew past Zhuojing Shenbi's other cheek. Ah! Zhuojing Shenbi let out a miserable cry. It turned out that although the arrow's trajectory was deflected, it was moving too fast. The instant it flew past Zhuojing Shenbi, one of his ears was pierced and exploded. Bastard, I'm going to kill you! Zhuojing Shenbi roared with bloodshot eyes. Then, he urged his Pegasus to charge at Liliana. Your opponent is me. With a clear cry, Erica appeared beside Zhuojingshan like a streak of red light. He handed over Longinus, the holy spear that Reinhardt had transformed into. In an instant, Zhuojingshan felt a sense of fatal danger. However, before he could react, a black light once again flew in front of him. It was an arrow shot by Liliana. Zhuojing Shenbi's pupils constricted. He quickly lay down on the ground and brushed against the edge of the two weapons to avoid the fatal attack. Big brother! The other three deities called out loudly. Then he also clamped his legs and kicked his horse, wanting to rush to Zhuojingshan's side. Crackle, however, just as the three of them moved, three red lights emitting a demonic aura suddenly fell from the sky. It hit the three of them who were unable to release it in time. The three of them screamed at the same time. Then, before the three of them could react, Cubey waved her arm again, creating a pink mist with a strange fragrance that enveloped the three of them. She then turned her head and looked into the distance. Over there, a strong aura belonging to Ito Sei and another aura full of sharp and cold aura were fiercely colliding with each other. Plop, plop, plop. However, before she could pay attention to it for long, three muffled sounds rang out in succession, attracting her attention again. Enveloped by the pink cloud of fragrance, Zhuojing Xinbei, Shanqing Xinbei, and Lijin Xinbei seemed to be drunk. They were dizzy and could not stabilize their bodies. Together with the Pegasus, who suddenly went limp and foamed at the mouth, they fell to the ground. Is it poison? Yamashiro Shenbi said in a low voice. Cubey didn't answer his question. Instead, she waved her arm again. The three deities shrunk rapidly as if they were hit by a shrinking spell. In the end, they flew into Cubey's palm under the guidance of an invisible force. Cubey then turned her palm and put away the imprisoned three deities. She then turned her head to look at Zhuojing Shenbi, who was badly injured under the pincer attack of Erica and Liliana. Lily, let's end this. Erica said loudly as she stabbed a bloody hole the size of an arm on Zhuajing Shenbi's other body with her holy spear. Okay. Liliana responded, then jumped up from the ground as if her body was weightless. She held the bow in her left hand. She pulled the bowstring with her right hand, and 4 cold arrows containing a different type of power appeared at the tip of the bow. Erica! Liliana shouted as she pulled the bowstring to the maximum. Understood. In response, Erica quickly dodged Zhuajing Shenbi's attack. She then used a jumping spell to jump back and away from Zhuajing Shenbi's side. Then, with 2 whooshing noises, 4 arrows with red, yellow, blue, and green lights flew towards Zhuajing, who was in a sorry state due to excessive blood loss. The sword pierced into his body as he dodged, and under the force of inertia, it nailed him to the ground. At this time, Cube waved her arm again and put Zhuajing Shenbi into her palm. Is it over? Along with a familiar female voice, Taching He-gu and Shinja Kaori appeared in front of Cube and Erica, who were panting and exhausted after withdrawing the Divine Annihilation ability. Seems like you guys are done too, Erica said with a bright smile as she let out a big sigh of relief. Yes, it's done. Taching He-gu smiled as he landed on the ground with Shinja Kaori. Boom. Just as they were talking, a loud noise came from the side. Everyone turned to look. Done. Not far away, legendary-level Pandora, Wendy Meyer, said happily as she carried her sledgehammer on her shoulder amidst the smoke and dust. Not far away from her was Tesla Sander, who was holding 2 swords in his hands and standing expressionlessly. Other than that, there were also a large number of corpses of soldiers who had been cut into pieces or directly smashed into minced meat. In the misty spiritual light, they gradually dispersed into a large number of photon particles and slowly melted into the air. At this point, the forces of Skyfire Bright God who came to invade Akazuno City were all wiped out. What do we do next? Wendy May asked curiously. Lord Ninetails, please go to the king's side and support him. Erica thought for a while and turned to the silent Ninetails. She clearly remembered that before they set off, after the king used the power of the divine artifact called Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet to strengthen them, Ninetails had shown a terrifying aura. It was as if she was facing a god of disobedience. Okay. Ninetails looked at Erica calmly and agreed. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. All right, let's go home now and wait for the king's victory. Erica smiled. Don't we need to help Sister Cassandra and Lucy? Wendy May asked curiously. They're just a bunch of mobs. The 2 of them are enough. And who knows, they might have already destroyed the enemy over there. Erica smiled disdainfully. Oh. Wendy May nodded. Then, Taching He-gu once again opened a huge teleportation magic circle under everyone's feet and brought everyone away from the battlefield. Monster! Help! I don't want to die. I surrender! Have mercy on me! On the other side, in a large army of more than 1,000 people formed by the self-defense forces of the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Environment, a series of pleas for mercy rang out in the crowd. But that was not the case. Cassandra and Lucy, the 2 legendary tier Pandoras who had almost no emotions, swept through them like harvesting wheat. The Gantz battle team, which had lost many members, was quickly wiped out. Only less than 50 psionic powerhouses were left trying their best to resist. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that their surroundings had already been sealed by Tetraso, a legendary expert who had been sent here as well. If any of them were to run a certain distance, they would be devoured by a gray energy serpent that would suddenly appear out of thin air, leaving not even an intact corpse. Just like that, under the joint massacre of the 2 legendary Pandoras and 1 legendary expert of the Gantz team, this group of enemies with the largest number of people but the weakest combat power was completely wiped out. Moreover, because most of the main forces of the Ministry of Environment were inside, almost at the same time as this team was wiped out, the combat power of the Ministry of Environment was basically wiped out. They could no longer cause any trouble. Seeing that the enemies were all wiped out, Tetroso appeared from the void and said loudly, "Retreat." Then, a middle-style dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under the feet of the Gantz team members present, spewing out light and taking them away from the battlefield. Then, the multifunctional security robots that had gathered at the side surged into the battlefield and began to clean up the entire battlefield like sanitation workers. "Ladies, let's go back," Tetroso said as he walked up to Cassandra and Lucy. The two of them did not speak. They silently turned around and walked into the city. "I just heard that guy call you Bedoyu. In other words, you're the divine weapon Bedoyu's soul blade?" Sei Ito asked Bedoyu, who was wearing a black female modified armor in front of him. "How dare you?" Before Bedoyu could speak, the sword witch at the side was the first to glare at Sei Ito and scold him. Smack! A crisp sound rang out in the battlefield. Then, Sei Ito, who was exercising his wrist, said indifferently, "I'm talking to your master. You have no right to bark, servant." Chapter 1757. P.S. Thanks to Zhang Xiaozhong, Snow Domain Perching Phoenix, Malice Section Blade, Brother Light Tao, and Lig for their precious monthly vote. Thanks to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tip. Thanks to Shikam for his evaluation vote. A red and swollen patch appeared on the sword witch's cheek. A clear palm print was imprinted on her cheek. The sword witch subconsciously looked at her master. However, to everyone's surprise, Bedoyu acted as if nothing had happened even though the sword which he had summoned had been slapped. His expression did not change at all as he continued to stare at Itosei. However, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. After all, in the previous battle with Bright God of Heavenly Fire, Itosei had displayed shocking strength. Therefore, in front of such strength, even Bedoyu, who was his enemy, had to show enough respect. Therefore, it was not worth mentioning that a little sword which had been slapped. The reason was simple. She was not qualified. "That's right," Bedoyu softly admitted. Sei Ito nodded as if he had expected this. Then he looked at Bedoyu's body covered in black modified armor and asked again, "This body should not be your true body, right?" "Yes," Bedoyu replied without hesitation. "If that's the case, then it should be very difficult to find a divine imperial body that can perfectly rely on your strength, right? Or is there only one?" Sei Ito looked at Bedoyu's face with interest and chuckled. "That is indeed the case." Bedoyu nodded and admitted. Sei Ito nodded and then suddenly asked, "Say, if I take you down, will Jianyule fly into a rage? My master will tear you to pieces." Hearing this, Bedoyu's expression suddenly changed, his body exuding a frightening killing intent as he coldly said. A whirlwind quickly spread out with Bedoyu as the center. He could feel the murderous aura from Bedoyu. Sei Ito's expression didn't change as he chuckled. He didn't move at all, but a 3-foot-long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Bedoyu's expression did not change when he saw this, but the aura around him changed again. It changed from the previous biting cold to the sharpness of a blade, cutting through the air and creating muffled explosions. At the same time, Bedoyu placed his right hand lightly on the ground. His gaze landed on the hilt of the saber at his waist. Their auras intertwined and collided, and they were on the verge of exploding. At the side, the sword witch, who was suppressed by the two powerful auras, turned pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. Her mouthful of blood seemed to signal the start of the battle. The two of them were immediately provoked. In an instant, the two figures moved to the east and disappeared from where they stood. Dang, 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 dang. Then, a series of intense collisions rang out from the void. Fwoosh, 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 invisible and visible streams of sharp sword and saber chi flew out in all directions, creating cracks of different lengths on the ground and buildings around them. Ah! Even those in the distance were affected by the shock waves of their battle. The sword witch, who was close to the two of them, had no way of dodging the shockwave. She let out a miserable shriek as she was torn apart by the sword and saber energies that swept past her. She died on the spot. But it was still the same. She did not have the qualifications. Thus, whether it was her superior, Buduyu, or her enemy, Seito, neither of them were distracted or affected by her death. They continued to fight with all their might. Clang! A moment later, with the sound of metal colliding, Budoyu and Ito-sei's figures reappeared, each standing in the position where the other was standing before. As expected of the war god's sword, his martial skills are indeed sharp. Seito couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his clothes, which had been torn in a dozen places, and the slender wounds that faintly seeped with blood. "You're not bad either." Buduyu's eyes flashed with excitement. The corners of his mouth curled up. Just like Seito, Buduyu's body was not in good condition either. Not only were there deep and sinister sword marks on his originally smooth black armor, even his inner thighs, arms, and other parts of his body that the armor could not cover had cracked open. Blood continuously flowed out from these wounds, dyeing the armor a bright red. "Although I really want to just fight with you like this, there is no point in fighting until a victor is decided. But unfortunately, the time is not right," Seito said in a soft and regretful tone. "Are you going to use your divine domain?" Buduyu's excitement died down as he asked indifferently. "More or less," Seito said with a light smile. With that, a ripple quickly spread out with Seito as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several hundred meters. Then the scene in space began to change, from the original Steel City, from the forest to a world of gold. A large number of golden balls of light appeared, slowly moving up and down. "With my art of words, let the justice of the world appear." This incantation is powerful and eloquent. It is the sword of wisdom that calls for victory, Seito, standing in the center of the world of gold, shouted with a solemn expression. Then, a large blade of pure gold that looked like a Damascus blade appeared in Seito's hand along with the heavenly sword. This was the fundamental embodiment of the warrior form of the 10 avatars of the Eastern war form, the golden sword of wisdom that could kill gods. When Buduyu, who was also said to have the power to kill gods, sensed the ripples from the golden sword that caused the godhood to tremble, his expression completely changed. His face was grave. "It's actually the power to kill gods. I have to say, your existence is truly astonishing." Buduyu sighed. "Let's end this battle." Seito extended his right hand and gripped the hilt of the golden sword with both hands as he looked at Buduyu. "That's fine. Let me see if it is your sword that is sharper than mine." Buduyu laughed heartily. The moment she finished speaking, a ripple of godhood spread out with her as the center, forming a domain of 10,000 swords filled with crimson flames. An exaggeratedly long blade stood in front of Buduyu in the center of the domain, exuding a biting cold aura that caused Seito's skin to tighten. The blade was 224 centimeters long, and with the half-meter-long hilt, the entire blade was 270 centimeters long. This meant that it was more than 7 meters long. Unless one was a giant over 3 meters tall, ordinary humans would find it extremely difficult to use and display its power. It could only be kept as an exhibit in one's home. Seeing the appearance of the blade, Seito's eyes narrowed, and his mind began to recall the legends and knowledge he had learned from Yuri Banria about the Buddhamatama blade and the Kenyu thunder god. Buduyu extended his hand and gripped the hilt of the blade. With a slight tug, he pulled it out of the forest of blades and assumed the posture of a wild katana as he looked at Seito. "Buddhamatama blade, you are the god-killing blade that has been passed down to this day." Following Seito's statement, a dozen of the golden balls of light that had been aimlessly floating around immediately flew to Seito's side and floated up and down. "In the records of the Kojiki, you have another name, Satoshi Buddha God. Even more balls of light flew to Sei Ito's side. In the records of the Neon Shoji, you are called Soul. In the records of the rise and fall of the origin, you are called Blue Sword. But no matter which name it is, your origin is the same. You were given by the Kenyu Thunder God to pacify the country. At this time, the golden balls of light around Sei Ito had turned into a golden ocean. The Sword of Wisdom. Feeling the trembling of the divinity in his body, Buduyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, just nice. Let me see if your Sword of Wisdom is stronger, or if my Sword of Strength is stronger." With that, Buduyu took a step forward and charged at Sei Ito with his sword. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not show any weakness. With a thought, he gathered the surrounding balls of light into the golden sword in his hand, and then charged at Buduyu in the same manner. The distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with, and the length of the weapons they were wielding was so exaggerated. So in almost an instant the two weapons clashed. In an instant there was no sound, but a dazzling radiance blossomed between the two of them. It was like the sun had fallen to the ground, illuminating the entire area of Akikuruno City. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and the figures of Buduyu and Sei Ito were revealed. At this time, the tip of Buduyu's long sword was stabbed into Sei Ito's shoulder, and the golden sword in Sei Ito's hand pierced through Buduyu's body and came out from his back. "It seems that I have lost." Buduyu lowered his head to look at the golden sword in his chest, and said softly with some unwillingness on his face, "But don't be complacent. My lord Buduyu will avenge me." Buduyu looked up at Sei Ito in front of him and grinned. After saying that, a stream of spiritual light instantly broke free from the woman's body, taking on the shape of a katana in midair. Then it suddenly exploded, turning into countless photon particles that slowly dissipated in the sky. At the same time, the bright sword that had lost the support of Buduyu's spirit light dimmed, and a large amount of rust appeared on it, making the sword look like a piece of scrap metal that was about to be discarded. Pa! Clang clang clang. Then the sword broke, and fell from Sei Ito's shoulder to the ground. Pa bang. Then, the golden sword disappeared, and the woman who had lost the support of Buduyu's spirit, turned back into an ordinary witch, and her eyes rolled back, and she fell heavily to the ground. "Hiss, it seems that I won't be able to recover for a few days." Sei Ito ignored the witch on the ground, and looked down at the wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding, and said helplessly, "Buduyu's spirit was a divine sword that had the power to kill gods, and although it did not win at the last moment, it still left a part of its power in Sei Ito's body. Because of this, Sei Ito's recovery ability was greatly reduced, and it would take a few days for him to fully recover. But fortunately, this injury was very light, and it did not have any effect on the battle, so he did not have to worry about not being able to fight with all his strength while he was injured." Then Sei Ito looked down at the witch at his feet, and with a thought, put her into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he looked up, closed his eyes, and released his mental power, and searched around for Longinus's spear that was thrown out by his shadow clone. Because Longinus had made it himself, and it had swallowed the blood of several gods through his hands, the mark of Sei Ito on the spear was very clear, so it only took a moment for Sei Ito to find the whereabouts of the spear. Then with a thought, he used his teleportation ability to rush over Akizuruno City in the shrine. Accompanied by the appearance of a golden light, Inari Kami, who was dressed in a kimono, with a large number of coins hanging behind his tail, appeared in the shrine. "Aya, aya, so pitiful." Inari Kami looked at Skyfire Bright God, who had fainted due to the influence of the death power and curse, and a golden folding fan covered half of his face, and said with a gloating expression, "But it's good for me." After saying that, Inari Kami reached out his hand and took Skyfire Bright God into his palm. However, at this moment, a shout sounded in the shrine. "Who's there?" Following that, several figures appeared and surrounded Inari God in the house. "Sai, I was discovered." It's rare for me to sneak someone away. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Inarikami's tone was unexpectedly cute when he spoke. Who are you? Erica, who was holding Reinhardt in her hand, asked as if she was facing a great enemy. Lowly one, watch your attitude. Inarikami frowned and said lightly. Even though her words were light, they were filled with a powerful sense of majesty. Erica, Liliana, and Kanzaki Kaori, who bore the brunt of her words, had a change in expression. God of disobedience. God. The three of them thought at the same time. But forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't take your lives. Inarikami then changed the topic and said softly. Erica, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, and Taching Heije looked serious and didn't say anything. I'll take this guy away. Inarikami didn't care about the four's expression and continued talking to himself. Then, his body flashed and was about to take Skyfire Bright God away from the shrine. But at the next moment, Inarikami's face showed a surprised expression. There's a barrier. When? Inarikami was surprised. Your Highness, please put down the Skyfire Bright God in your hand. That is my king's spoils of war. If your Highness wants to take it away, please use the proper method to make your request to my king. Erica took a deep breath and forced herself to state her request. What if I don't agree? Inarikami narrowed his eyes and asked. Chapter 1758. P.S. Thanks to Malicious Section Blade for his precious monthly vote. In that case, we'll have no choice but to pledge our lives to protect our majesty, Erica replied with a fearless smile. As soon as she said that, Erica and Liliana both tried their best to activate the curse power in their body and prepared themselves for battle. Although Kanzaki Kaori and Takei Heiko didn't do anything, it wasn't hard to tell from their subtle movements that they were also prepared for battle. Mortals who overestimate themselves. Inari Goddess's eyes turned cold as she said coldly. As soon as she said that, a golden light flashed, and the surrounding environment changed from the wooden house to a golden wheat field. I, as the god of harvest, bestow upon you a bountiful harvest. Inari Goddess used words to weave a divine language and said softly. In an instant, a large number of plump rice seeds appeared in Erica, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori and Takei Heiko's clothes. Like a fountain, they rushed out from their clothes. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by sand, making them unable to move their feet as if they were in mud. For the sake of Seito, I will spare your lives this time. But if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will not spare you. Inari Goddess said coldly. But as soon as she said that, a powerful divine force burst out from Kanzaki Kaori's body. Obviously, at this time, she once again entered the saint mode that allowed her to temporarily step into the realm of gods. Boom! Then, there was an explosion. Under the impact of the sudden explosion of divine spirit light, the wheat seeds around the divine split fire were blasted away in all directions. Your Highness, please put down the thing in your hand. Kanzaki Kaori secretly added a cross spell that could kill gods and said in a deep voice, Child of God? That's not right. Oh, I know, you are the chosen one. Inari Goddess looked carefully at Kanzaki Kaori and suddenly said. Hearing Inari Goddess's words, Kanzaki Kaori's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Has this country been infiltrated to such an extent? I can't believe that even the chosen one of the foreign teachers can appear on this land so openly. The people nowadays are really stupid. Inarikami sneered with disdain. Consider yourself unlucky to appear in front of this god. You should not die here. After that, Inari Goddess's mind moved. The wheat seedlings around immediately swayed vigorously without any wind. The seeds on the wheat seedlings shot out like bullets towards Kanzaki Kaori's body. Shinja Huri's right hand moved slightly, and 7 thin steel wires that were hard to see with the naked eye flew out in an instant, silently setting up a defensive barrier. Pring 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 pring, a series of muffled sounds resounded in the air. Kanzaki Kaori's body. She instantly rushed to Inari Goddess. A slash imbued with the cross-sex retribution angel tactic was unleashed. Inari closed the golden fan in his hand and used it as a shield in front of him like a weapon. Block. Unexpectedly, it didn't look like it was made of metal or wood. The golden fan, which seemed to be made of ivory and white jade, emitted a crisp sound of metal clashing against the seven heavens. 7 sabers of the divine split fire. Then, Inari Goddess's body moved slightly, making the 2 bells hanging behind her make a crisp tinkling sound. However, in the midst of the tinkling sound, 2 invisible ripples spread out and hit Kanzaki Kaori in front of her. Oomph! Kanzaki Kaori groaned. She endured the pressure in her chest and once again slashed at Inari Goddess. Inari Goddess dodged and at the same time kicked Kanzaki Kaori's abdomen. Kanzaki Kaori's figure flashed away from Inari and appeared beside her. She continued to slash down with her sword. Inari Goddess frowned and dodged again. At the same time, she activated the countless wheat in her harvest domain. They twisted into a thick wheat rope and tangled with Kanzaki Kaori. Mountains of Gilboa, I pray for the rain of dew to fall upon you, offering to the thirsty beast the sacrifice it craves. Give up yourself and become the shield of the brave. Saul's shield, pour oil into it and give yourself to this place. Blood of the enemy, Jonathan's bow will never back down. Saul's sword will never return to its scabbard until it devours the flesh of the brave. Until this body is defeated. Jonathan's bow, the weapon of the brave who is as fast as a vulture and as strong as a lion. Run, defeat your enemy. At this moment, along with an indescribable feeling of sorrow, a long passage of words was chanted. Then, Liliana, whose feet were still bound by the mud formed by the rice seeds, took out a big bow and 4 long arrows. Liliana knocked one of the arrows on the bow and aimed at Inari Goddess, who was dodging Kanzaki Kaori's attack. God's eyes narrowed as a cold expression appeared on her face. But before she could do anything, several dark green vines suddenly appeared from the ground around her and tightly wrapped around her body, causing her to stop moving. These were the vines created by Hage of Deshang, who combined the power of immortal spells and demonic energy. Seeing the opportunity, Liliana, as a Grand Knight, would not let it go. She loosened her grip and shot out the arrow that she had prepared. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a ray of black light and flew in front of Inari God. Walalala, at this moment, a large number of white coins suddenly appeared beside Inari Goddess and piled up to form a semicircular barrier that blocked the arrow's path. Bang! The arrow hit the ground and shattered dozens of coins that were piled up together. Then, the coins disappeared together with the pieces of paper. Then, Kanzaki Kaori's figure appeared in front of the distracted Inari Kami, and slashed down with only flash. Puff! Under the influence of the cross-sex angel's punishment, a long and narrow wound appeared on Inari Goddess's body and golden blood spurted out. How dare you! Inari Goddess's body shook violently for a moment before she screamed with a ferocious expression. But what responded to her was Liliana's arrow and Kanzaki Kaori's blade that was synchronized with Hage of Deshang's interference. Good, good, good. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die for this god. Amidst the crazy roar, a powerful spirit light erupted from Inari God's body. It shook the ground as if the earth was moving, causing the ground to rise up. Then, it changed shape and turned into a mud fox with a long tail. The mature rice that originally existed in the harvest domain turned into fur and covered the mud fox's body, decorating it with a beautiful golden color. Kill! Inari Goddess shouted. After receiving the order, the mud fox roared silently and opened its mouth to spit out a huge scorched stone. Seeing this, Liliana, Erika, Taching Hage, and Shinja Kaori did not dare to take it head-on. They hurriedly used their own means to break the shackles on their bodies and dodged to the side by a hair's breadth. Boom! A huge crater appeared in the harvest domain. Then, the mudstone fox lowered its body and got ready to pounce on the object. Then, in the next second, countless golden light spots flew out from the mud fox's body and shot out in all directions like rain. Bam 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 bam. Deshang supported a strong enough barrier in front of her and barely resisted the rain of light. Behind her were Erika, Liliana, and Kanzaki Kaori, who didn't have time to cast a defensive spell. But immediately, Erika and Liliana chanted a strong defensive spell. In the name of the elders who control the whole country, defend against the enemy. In an instant, a light barrier appeared out of thin air and enveloped Erika, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, and Deshang, who was still supporting the barrier. However, if they didn't think of a way to defeat the enemy as soon as possible, it wouldn't take long for them to be smashed to pieces by the endless rain of light from the Mudstone Fox. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. What do we do, meow? Deshang asked. Erika frowned and her brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of a way to escape. After a moment, Erika let out a long breath and looked at Liliana with a serious face. Lily, do you still have strength? Liliana didn't say anything and only looked at Erika with a determined gaze. I plan to use the divine annihilation privilege again, Erika said softly with a slight smile. She then turned to look at the big fox and continued, when the time comes, I will open up a path in front and you will attack with arrows from behind. As for the finishing job, Miss Kanzaki, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Kanzaki Kaori nodded as her body started to show signs of discomfort. 7 priests with 7 goat horns patrolling and blowing the horns. Those with weapons will march in front of them. Patrol the city 7 times. On the 7th time, when the priests blew the horns, Joshua commanded the people, shout, for the Lord has given the city to you. Kill all the people in the city, regardless of gender, age, cattle, sheep, or donkeys. Anyone who wants to rebuild Jericho will be cursed before the Lord. When he builds the foundation, he will lose his eldest son. When he builds the gate, he will lose his youngest son. Erika then took a deep breath and chanted the divine annihilation privilege's exclusive incantation. In an instant, an exaggerated amount of magic gushed out from Erika's body and solidified, forming a set of dark red knight armor that focused on the body's defense. It covered Erika's body. A large tower shield with a red copper cross pattern and a greatsword with the divine annihilation privilege, Reinhardt, also appeared in her hands and was held by Erika. Chapter 1759. So they did as the Lord commanded Moses. They fought against the Midianites and killed all the men. Among the people they killed the 5 kings of Midian with their sword. They captured the women and children of the Midianites, and seized their livestock, flocks, and all their belongings as loot. And he set fire to all the cities that they dwelt in and all their tents. They took all the loot and captives, even the people and livestock, and knelt at the feet of Moses. After Erika, with the recitation of another holy annihilation privilege incantation, a cyan knight armor focused on speed appeared on Liliana's body. Then the silver longbow that had just disappeared reappeared in her hand. Liliana held it in front of her, knocked the arrow, and drew the bow into a full moon. Let's go, everyone, Erika said with a pale face. Yes. Liliana and Shinja responded in unison. Steel Lion, I entrust thee with my sigh and anger. The Son of God and the Holy Spirit's wail, baptized with the blood of the last stage of the divine, appear, Holy Lance Longinus. Erika, who was ready to attack, chanted in a low voice. Then the magic on Erika's body surged, wrapped the greatsword in her hand, Reinhardt, and turned it into a dark red knight spear. Plead to the seal of magic, the origin of my magic. Promise to bestow upon me the honor of the Knight of Honor. Erika chanted again. After he finished chanting, he did not hesitate and immediately stepped out of the light shield formed by the Elders' Council's command magic and the enchantment barrier formed by Black Song. Under the protection of the light shield formed by the Holy Annihilation privilege, he forcibly withstood the continuous attack of the light rain and took large strides toward the mud stone fox not far away and launched an attack. Running, Erica's figure became faster and faster, more and more blurred, and finally turned into a red light. She rushed in front of the mud fox and then took a big step. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air and threw out Longinus' spear, which had the divine annihilation privilege and could even injure and kill a god. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the mud fox's body. Hit! Erica shouted. Perhaps her will had affected the power of the attack, or perhaps it was time for the holy spear to take effect. With Erica's sudden shout, the holy spear that was pressed against the mud fox's body suddenly blossomed with a magnificent light, like a sharp knife that could cut butter. It instantly pierced into the mudstone fox's body. Following this, the divine annihilation privilege erupted, forming a powerful energy that rampaged through the mud-stone fox's body, wreaking havoc. A few seconds later, the rain of light stopped, and at the same time, the mudstone fox's body completely lost its golden color. It turned into a pile of dry and cracked soil and fell to the ground with a crashing sound. Seeing that the mudstone fox had been destroyed, Erica's pale face let out a relieved smile. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, falling to the ground together with the rocks that were scattered around the mud-stone fox. *****. Inari God cursed angrily. Then, in the next moment, a black light broke through the barrier of space. It flew in front of Inari God. Sensing that something was wrong, Inari God's face turned pale, and he quickly dodged to the side. But the speed of the arrow was too fast, and the timing of the attack was just right when Inari God was distracted. Therefore, even though Inari God's reaction was fast enough, but in the end, the arrow still pierced through his shoulder. Pft! A gush of golden spiritual blood spurted out from Inari God's body. Under the impact of the arrow, Inari God's body was forcefully flung to the side for some distance. Then, in the next moment, there was a faint flash of light. Another long and narrow wound appeared on Inari God's body. Pft! Inari God let out a cry of pain. But before he could finish his cry, a demonic flame suddenly appeared in the air and rained down on Inari God. Pft, 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 pft. A series of muffled sounds reverberated in the air. Lady Shinchi, see if you can break the seal of this space, and we can leave this place. Liliana said to Shinchi Kaori, who had appeared next to Erica, and carried the weak Erica on her back. All right. Shinchi Kaori nodded. Then, she turned around and looked into the void, and got into a stance to use Ikatsu. Only flash. In an instant, a sharp flash of sword flashed in front of Liliana. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the void shook. A small crack in space appeared in front of Shinchi Kaori. Seeing this, Shinchi Kaori's eyes glowed. Once again, she used only flash on the crack that was quickly recovering. Boom! This aura. It's Inari God. In a forest in Akazuya City, Seito, who had just taken out Longinus's spear from the ground, suddenly changed his expression and looked in the direction of the shrine. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. This is the outer wall of the Celestial Dominion. No wonder I didn't feel any changes here. In the next instant, he appeared in the divine court of the shrine, and he reached out to touch the void before him, which was just like the void that he had seen in the past. At the same time, with a flash of light, Kyubi's figure appeared next to Seito. Obviously, she also felt the changes here. Step back. Seito turned to Kyubi and said. Kyubi nodded and stepped back a long distance. Then, Seito raised the Longinus spear in his hand, poured the power of space into the spear, and stabbed at the point where the aura was exposed. Boom! In the loud noise, a shock wave spread out with the front end of Longinus's spear as the center. Like a passing hurricane, the trees and stones on both sides of the shrine were blown over and crushed. Crack, kacha, kacha, kacha. Then, a series of cracking sounds and large space cracks appeared in the void in front of Seito. Pa! Then, the space shattered, revealing the familiar scene of Inari God's celestial dominion. Seito and Kyubi flashed into the celestial dominion at the same time, and appeared next to Liliana. Seeing Seito suddenly appear next to her, Liliana called out in surprise, "My king! Master, you're finally here. If you were a little later, I would have been bullied to death by that god." Taching Heije stopped setting up the barrier and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with a flirtatious smile on his face. At the same time, Kanzaki Kaori also put away her sage mode and relaxed. Because her body had already entered the stage of collapse, as soon as she ended her sage mode, Kanzaki Kaori immediately followed in Erika's footsteps and fainted. Seeing this, Seito didn't dare to hesitate and quickly activated the authority of the God of Life to create 3 groups of life energy, projecting them into the bodies of Erika and Kanzaki Kaori, who had already fainted, as well as Liliana, who was also weak, to restore their bodies, and then sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world to recuperate. After doing all this, Seito had the leisure to look at the opposite side. He saw that not far away, although his clothes were torn and part of his white flesh was exposed, but the original wounds on his body had strangely disappeared. Only a somewhat embarrassed Inari God was suspended in mid-air, looking at Seito and Taching Heije with a cold and murderous expression. "Inari God, can you explain what happened?" Seito asked in an unfriendly tone. "This god wants to take away the Skyfire god. But your subordinates don't know what's good for them and challenged this god's authority, so I had no choice but to discipline them on your behalf." Inari God sneered in an unfriendly tone. "Is that so?" Seito tilted his head slightly, looking at Taching Heije beside him, and asked in a soft voice. "No. That's not it. It's that guy on the other side who sneaked into my house and wanted to secretly take away the Skyfire god. He accidentally touched the barrier I set up, and then I, the sword-wielding guy, the little fox, and the stereotypical girl blocked his way. In the end, the negotiation failed, so he wanted to kill us," Taching Heije explained with a wronged look. As for the sword-wielding guy, the little fox, and the stereotypical girl, Seito knew who she was referring to. "Strange. Why is the content of my subordinate statement different from what you said, Inato Kami?" Itose asked with a sarcastic face. "This god has no need to lie to you," Inari God said without changing his expression. "All right, let's say what you said is true. But since when is it your turn to teach my subordinates a lesson?" Seito nodded seriously, and then his expression suddenly changed, and he asked fiercely. "Also, the Skyfire god is my captive. Without my permission, what right do you have to take him away? Inari God, are you looking down on me? Itomori, watch your attitude." Inari Kami's eyes flashed as she shouted in a low voice. "Attitude? Attitude? Since you don't respect me, why should I respect you?" Seito said sarcastically. Then he turned to Kyubi and said, "Kyubi, I think you want to teach this guy a lesson." "Of course." Kyubi sneered. "Boost!" As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from Seito's left hand. Unknowingly, a red armor appeared on his left hand, covering Seito's entire left forearm and palm, making his left hand look extremely ferocious. God's Destruction Equipment. Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Chapter 1760. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Knight Wanderer, Shu En, Meteor Dance Steps, Yang Bo 2001, and Evil Blade for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato for his tip. Nine Tails was already unhappy with Inari Deity. She was once captured and educated by Inari Deity. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew she wasn't strong enough, how could she not take revenge? One had to know that when she was still Dodgy, she was famous for using her lust for power and harming the loyal. Now that she was using the body of a demon fox, the evil thoughts in her heart burned even brighter. She couldn't wait to tear Inari God into pieces and eat him alive. Fortunately, there was an opportunity now. Bastard, you're asking for death. Inari deity had never been treated like this before. She immediately shouted with killing intent. Just like how a skinny person didn't like to be called a stick, a fat person didn't like to be called fat, a beautiful woman didn't like to be called ugly, and a man didn't like to be called weak in certain aspects. As a demon, Nine-Tails didn't like to be called a bastard no matter now or in the past. Therefore, when Nine-Tails heard this, her pupils shrank, and a murderous aura surged from her body. Speaking of bastards, aren't you one as well, Inari deity? Nine-Tails' expression changed, and she smiled brightly. Judging from the quick change in her expression, Nine-Tails did look a little like the peerless demon concubine who caused chaos in the palace. What she said wasn't wrong. As one of the embodiments of the nature god, Inari deity wasn't a pure human. She also had the origin of beast. One of them was a white fox that was similar to Nine-Tails. Good, good, good. Bastard, you're going to die today. Inari deity, who was laughing out of anger, said the word, good, 3 times in a row. Then, a spiritual light bloomed from Inari deity's body. As if in response, the entire harvest domain was quickly filled with a golden mist that resembled a spirit cloud. Living beings who live on the earth and rely on the fruits of the harvest to survive. Heed my call. Help me slay the evil enemy. Inari Kami started chanting with a clear voice. It sounded like she was speaking from the heavens. Then, the air trembled slightly. Numerous pitch-black shadows, standing upright, crouching, gigantic, and petite, abruptly appeared in the golden spirit mist, gradually revealing their true forms. Master, we seem to be surrounded, meow. Deshang Gu looked at the various creatures that were quickly appearing around them and said softly in a relaxed tone. Humans, monkeys, wolves, foxes, spiders, tigers, leopards, bears, wild boars, elephants, tisk tsk. I didn't expect Inari Kami to be an animal breeder. Kyubi looked at the animals around him with interest. He said frivolously. However, if one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would discover that her eyes were glowing. There was no trace of a smile in the depths of Nine-Tailed eyes when she said this. There was only the fear of facing a strong enemy. However, this was normal. After all, it didn't matter who it was. It would not be easy to be surrounded by a group of animals whose weakest aura was at the legendary level. Moreover, there were a few demigod-level beasts that were emitting divinity, and Inari Kami, who was the beast lord of this group of beasts. Boost! At this moment, another deep voice was heard from Seito's left arm that was inlaid with jade. Nine-Tailed. Then, Seito turned around and extended his left arm that was equipped with the arm armor towards Nine-Tailed. Boost gear. Gift. In an instant, Seito felt a surge of energy surging out from his body, and through the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, it was transferred to Nine-Tailed in front of him in an unknown way. Whoosh! In the next moment, Nine-Tailed's aura skyrocketed, and a dark red beam of spiritual chi with a strong evil aura gushed out like a hurricane, stirring up the air in the harvest domain. Sensing the change in Nine-Tailed's aura, Inari Kami's expression changed significantly. She obviously didn't expect that Nine-Tailed, who was only slightly bigger than an ant in her eyes, would suddenly have the power to fight against her. Thinking of the culprit behind all this, Inari Kami subconsciously looked at Seito, and then at his left arm that was equipped with the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. Ha 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 ha, that's it, that's it. Nine-Tailed laughed excitedly as she felt the powerful energy surging in her body. Then, she looked at Inari Kami who was in the middle of the group of beasts and said, Inari Kami, although I can't kill you today, I, Daji, will definitely destroy your avatar. This was the first time Nine-Tailed announced her real name to the outside world. It was obvious how determined she was to destroy Inari Kami's avatar. After that, the spiritual chi around Nine-Tailed exploded, and turned into countless spiritual chi particles that shot out in all directions. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi particles stopped and shone faintly. In the next second, boundless red lightning appeared in the harvest realm, and bombarded the beasts on the ground like rain. Boom, 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 a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire harvest domain. More than half of the monsters that were still in the harvest domain were killed. Although the rest of the monsters didn't die on the spot, they were all lying on the ground with heavy injuries. They looked like they were on the verge of death and couldn't fight back. Only a few demigod-level monsters with divinity aura were still standing on the left and right of Rice Lotus God. Harvest nurtures life, life heals pain, recover. Inari Kami's face was gloomy as he chanted again. Immediately after, a powerful life force spread out from the harvest domain and entered the bodies of the monsters lying on the ground like threads. It quickly healed the injuries of the beast. Fire, come. Seeing this, Nine-Tails sneered and growled. In an instant, a large amount of red flames appeared in the sky of the harvest realm and fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Whoosh! The raging fire immediately burned in the harvest realm. It could be said that Nine-Tailed's attack was very targeted. Although the harvest domain was a conceptual domain, it was basically a mature manifestation of life forms, especially plants. Among the 5 elements, it could be classified as wood, so it didn't matter if one looked at it from a natural perspective. It was still the 5 elements. Both of them were completely countered by the power of fire. Hence, fire attacks were the most effective against Rice Lotus God. This was also one of the reasons why she had been searching for the sun divinity. Other than her ambition to become an independent main god, she also wanted to make up for the fact that she was suppressed by a single element to a certain extent. Harvest can be exchanged for wealth. Wealth is a gift from the heavens. Inari Kami shouted again. In the next second, a large amount of golden light spots appeared in the sky of the harvest realm like stars. Then they suddenly fell. Sitting cross-legged, a golden light shot towards Kyubi, as well as Ito Sei and Taching Heigo, who were standing beside Kyubi. That's money? Taching Heigo was surprised. That's right, what fell from the sky was not a real rain of light. It was a common currency during Japan's Warring States period. It was only because the speed was too fast that it gave people the illusion that it was a rain of light. Looking at the rain of money in the sky, Nine-Tailed frowned. Then, his body shook, and an even more powerful dark cloud gushed out from Nine-Tailed's body. It was like an umbrella that blocked the sky above the 3 of them and blocked the rain of gold. Looks like Nine-Tailed is at a disadvantage. Seito turned his head to look at Nine-Tailed and thought to himself. And it looks like the Red Dragon Emperor's strengthening ability is not comprehensive for Nine-Tailed, who is on the path of cultivation. Although it gives her power that is not inferior to that of a divine immortal, it is not enough for her to turn this power into a real power of Tao. At least it is not enough for her to form the 3-flower auspicious clouds again. It is only enough to strengthen the 5 chi in her chest. Seito turned his head to look at the dark cloud above his head and thought to himself. In fact, other than that, there was one thing that Nine-Tailed was at a disadvantage. That was, she did not have a suitable treasure. After all, for a cultivator, a powerful treasure that was suitable for them was often the best weapon to kill the enemy and protect themselves. Inari Kami's expression changed when he saw Nine-Tailed blocked his attack of the golden rain again. All of you attack! Inari Kami shouted at the few divine beasts in front of him. Roar! After receiving the order, the beasts roared loudly and charged towards Nine-Tailed. In the process of charging forward, they either opened their mouths, glared at Nine-Tailed, or roared loudly as they attacked Nine-Tailed with their innate abilities. In an instant, several fireballs, 2 rays of light, a white beam of light, and a water arrow were shot towards Nine-Tailed. Humph! Nine-Tailed snorted coldly when she saw this. She raised her hand and shot out a ray of red light. Then, the red light became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became like a wall and collided with the attacks of the beast. Boom! A loud noise that soared to the sky was heard in the domain. Absorb. Nine-Tailed made a strange hand gesture with her left hand while her right hand pointed at the beasts that were charging out from the cloud of smoke in front of her. A ray of black light shot out from Nine-Tailed's hand and disappeared into the head of one of the beasts. Following that, the exotic beast came to a halt and fell to the ground with a loud crash, creating a 2-meter-tall mud wall on top of the yellow-black soil. It was also at this moment that the black light that had flown into the head of the exotic beast earlier flew out of the monster's ear and returned to Nine-Tail's palm. Soul assimilation spell? Seito thought as he looked at the black smoke rolling in Nine-Tailed's hand. The soul assimilation spell was also recorded in the Taoists' 72 earthly fiend technique. It was a spell that specialized in chasing souls from afar. It was mostly used to subdue demons and exorcise evil spirit. However, it did not exclude the possibility that some Taoists with ulterior motives would use this spell to harm people. Its effect was somewhat similar to black magic and frightened soul loss. The most famous use of this spell was probably the Nailhead 7 Arrows book in Investiture of the Gods. However, that spell was many times stronger than the soul assimilation spell. Nine-Tailed ignored Seito and Deshang-Hei's curious gaze. She chanted the spell again and shot out the black smoke in her hand. This time it was another beast. Afterwards, the exotic beast immediately paused for a moment. Then, it started attacking its surroundings randomly like a mad cow. Almost instantly, all the other exotic beasts in the vicinity were attacked. Affected by this, the other beasts immediately stopped running and roared angrily as they attacked the crazy beast. Seeing this, Nine-Tails smiled and blew out a light pink cloud from her mouth. Like an arrow, it flew into the group of exotic beasts that were fighting in a chaotic battle and entered their bodies as they breathed and roared. Then, after 3 to 5 seconds, the previously lively monsters all fell to the ground with a plop. Their bodies twitched and white foam came out of their mouth. At this point, all the beasts that Inari God summoned were all killed by Nine-Tailed. Then, Nine-Tailed raised her head and looked at Inari God's pale face. She sneered silently. Good, very good. Inari God's voice was as cold as the cold wind of winter. Moreover, because she had used too much strength, the golden jade fan in her hand couldn't help but creak, creak. I curse. Suddenly, Inari God screamed with a sharp voice. At the same time, almost at the same time, the fertile yellow and black soil in the harvest domain became dry and stiff. Irregular cracks that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared on the ground. From the cracks, there was a foul stench and black smoke that made people frown. Not good. Seeing this, Seito's expression changed and he immediately exclaimed, Did you notice? It's too late. Inari God laughed with a sinister expression. It turned out that Inari God's harvest domain suddenly opened up a gap and connected the soil in the harvest domain with the soil in Akazuya City. Therefore, the black smoke and foul stench were not only caused by Inari God's curse but also the power of the curse from the soil in the outside world due to Inari God's grief. In other words, what was happening now was the real situation of the soil in Akazuya City. Die with this soil. Inari God laughed crazily. In the laughter, Inari God's divine light clone was swallowed by the black smoke, and it caused the entire harvest domain to shake violently. More black smoke was produced and swept towards Seito, Nine-Tailed, and Deshang-Hei. Seito didn't dare to hesitate and immediately disappeared with Nine-Tailed and Deshang-Hei. Chapter 1761. In the Rubik's Cube world, in the northern desolate area. That was dangerous. Seito sighed with lingering fear. She really made up her mind. Kyubi's eyes flashed. Sure enough, no matter if it's a normal human, an expert, or even a god, women are all scary creatures. Seito knew what Kyubi meant. Just like how the heavenly fire-bright god broke Akazuru City's barrier and destroyed several earth veins, Inari goddess who sacrificed the life of a piece of land to activate the curse would not have an easy time. Even if there was a reason for this and Inari goddess was blessed by the heavens, she would be able to reduce the evil force that would befall her in the end. However, she would not be able to escape the trouble that would follow. Fortunately, Akazuru City is an agricultural city. Although the Sunrise Village under the city's rule is an agricultural town, it only grows vegetables and poultry. It doesn't provide the main food for the city, so we don't have to worry about the city being affected by the land change. Seito couldn't help but sigh softly. At the same time, he was proud of his decision to transform a half-plane into an agricultural plain and attached city. You still have time to think about your own territory? Don't forget that the target of the curse is us. Although I don't know where this place is and what method you use to block the tracking of the curse, unless we stay here for the rest of our lives, the curse will descend on us as soon as we go out. And with the scale of the curse, you and I will not have a good time, plus the trouble on your body, humph. Kyubi sneered. As for what Kyubi didn't say, Ito-sei didn't even need to think to know what Kyubi meant. The pursuit of the Amaterasu god, and the complete hostility of the newly joined Inari goddess. What about you? What do you plan to do? Seito asked. Me. Kyubi slightly frowned and lowered her head to think. Maybe I will stay here forever. After a moment, Kyubi raised her head and said with some disappointment. Seito could understand Kyubi's feelings. She might have been arrogant and powerful before, but that was because she had the support of the Red Dragon Emperor, and her magic power had temporarily recovered to the level of a celestial immortal. Naturally, they were not afraid of the various monsters that had descended upon the origin world. But at the same time, Ninetales also knew that all of this was due to the blessing of the Red Dragon Emperor. Once the blessing was over, she would still be the original Ninetales, the great demon Ninetales who was still one step away from the divine realm and the immortal record. She would still be unable to fight against any god-level enemy. In addition, there was also the existence of the curse outside. Ninetales, who did not want to put herself in danger, chose to stay in this unfamiliar but seemingly safe place. It was a natural choice. After all, loneliness was nothing to the Ninetales who had been sealed for more than 1,000 years. No matter how uncomfortable it was, how could it be more important than her life? And here, Ninetales looked meaningfully at Seito and continued, whether it is the quality or concentration of the spiritual energy, it is several times stronger than outside. It is a very good place for seclusion. Hee, Seito, who understood that Ninetales had noticed something, chuckled noncommittally. Seeing that Seito did not say anything, Ninetales tactfully did not pursue the matter. Instead, she asked, I want to stay here. Is that okay? Okay. Seito agreed generously to Ninetales, an ally who had faced strong enemies with him before. Thank you, Ninetales said politely. No need for that. Seito waved his hand. Then, the two of them spoke a few words together, and together, they flew up and wandered around the desolate area in the north, looking for a suitable place for Ninetales to cultivate in seclusion. However, with the current scale of the Rubik's Cube world, the desolate area in the north alone was half the size of Earth. Therefore, it was not until more than an hour later that Ninetales arrived at a place surrounded by many sturdy trees. It was a relatively rare green mountain in the desolate area in the north. Ninetales had opened up a cave on one of the mountain peaks and lived there. Then I won't disturb your seclusion. Goodbye. Seeing that Ninetales had settled down, Seito cupped his fist and said, I won't see you out, Ninetales said. Also, just as Seito was about to leave, Ninetales said again, if you have the chance to go out, please send Ghost Girl over. Okay. Seito nodded and agreed. Then, the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Seito then flew out of Ninetail's cave and met up with Taching Heigo, who was somewhat bored. "Forget it, I'll send you back too," Seito said after some thought. "Phew, I can finally go back." Taching Heigo let out a sigh of relief. A flirtatious smile appeared on his face as he said, "I've only been here for a few days and I've already fought with a bunch of gods. This is much more exciting than when I was with Wally." "Do you like it?" Seito asked with interest. "It's not bad," Taching Heigo replied with a smile. Seito smiled and used his mind to create 2 shadow doppelgangers. "Please send Heigo back," Seito said to one of the shadow doppelgangers. "Okay." The shadow doppelganger nodded and agreed. "Eh? You're not going back with me?" Taching Heigo asked in surprise. "I still need to see the situation here. If it goes well, I might go to your world to find you guys for a date." Seito smiled. "You guys? Date? Oh hee, that will depend on Master's charm." Taching Heigo widened his eyes and looked at Seito, then said with a smile, "Do you think I'm not charming enough?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Well, who knows?" Taching Heigo kept him in suspense. "Okay, you guys can go. I should also start dealing with things here." Seito curled his lips and said, "Then goodbye, my dear Master-chan." Taching Heigo blinked his eyes and said cutely. Then, the shadow doppelganger nodded at Seito and disappeared with Taching Heigo under the power of the Rubik's Cube. After Taching Heigo left, Seito turned his head and said to the other shadow doppelganger, "Just follow that step. Go." The latter nodded and opened a middle-style dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet. Then, the magic circle spewed out a bright light and disappeared in front of Seito's eyes. "Phew, I'm finally back, meow." After an unknown amount of time, Taching Heiji's figure appeared from an explosion of light. He stretched his waist and spoke in a lazy manner. Following Heiji's movements, her already voluptuous breasts became even more prominent, as if they would jump out of her kimono at any moment, causing one's gaze to involuntarily land on them. At the very least, Seito's gaze fell on them. "She's not home." Taching Heigo, who didn't pay attention to Seito's gaze, looked around the room and said in surprise, "She's probably with Lise and the others." Seito thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Then let's go over." Taching Heigo said. Then, Taching Heigo opened a dimensional transfer magic circle under his feet and disappeared with Seito from the rented apartment. The next moment, Seito and Taching Heiji's figures appeared in the Kuma Academy campus. Ding-ling-ling-ling. Coincidentally, as soon as the two of them appeared, the bell that signaled the end of the club activity echoed throughout the campus. The two of them didn't care and walked into the old school building in front of them and came to the Supernatural Research Club's office. Creak. Seito reached out and opened the door. Looking at the people in the room, Seito, who was standing at the door, was stunned. Because at this time in the club office, other than Riaz and a satchel, a familiar old man and a young girl, as well as a man full of the aura of a pugilist, had also appeared in the club office. It was the main body of the Norse, Odin, his guard, Lothvia, and the fallen angel cadre, Baichio. Similarly, when Odin, Lothvia, and Baichio saw the other Seito appear, they were also stunned. Then, they looked at the other Seito with a thoughtful expression. "It's done?" Lise was surprised. Seito smiled at Lise and the others, then nodded at the other wood clone sitting in the room. The latter understood and stood up from the sofa, turned around and walked to the door. "We're going out to discuss some things. We'll be back soon." Seito, who was standing at the door, smiled. "Okay." Lise nodded in agreement. Then, the two Seito met up and left the office under everyone's gaze. "That was a clone, right?" After the Seito left, Athathiel turned to look at Odin and said, "Yes. A very exquisite clone ability. I almost didn't feel any difference. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that it was a clone. Odin's sacrificed eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as he replied. It seems that we need to know more about this red dragon emperor. Then, Odin said meaningfully. Athathiel nodded slightly. After about half a minute, Ito's figure walked in from behind the open door with a soft click. It's done. Ito nodded and smiled at everyone. If that's the case, let's go. Don't let the people over their weight too long. Athathiel stood up and said, Yes. Lise and the others replied in unison. Then, everyone followed Athathiel and Odin out of the office and to the roof of the old school building. There, they got on Odin's ride, an old-fashioned carriage, and moved through the air toward the center of the city. Chapter 1762. P.S. Same old situation, first passed on, then changed, sorry. The carriage was very fast, comparable to a speeding car, so in just 10 minutes, the group arrived at the top of a very tall building in the city center and stopped there. This was the hotel where Odin would hold a meeting with the representatives of the Japanese god. However, due to their identities and the battle that was about to begin, only Odin and Athashel, who was the mediator, could enter the interior. People like Riaz, Junai, Ito-sei and Black Song, as well as Odin's guard, Lothvias, and the fallen angel, Gonbi Baichio, could not enter. They could only stay at the top of the building and enjoy the high-altitude airflow. Of course, the same treatment was given to SYTRY's family members who were waiting at the top of the buildings around the building. As for the higher altitude, the demonic dragon King Tanding was hovering in the air, waiting for the battle to come. Time ticked by as everyone prepared for the battle anxiously. It's time. At this time, Riaz looked down at the time on the watch on her wrist and whispered. This meant that the meeting of the gods below had begun, and it was also the time when Loki announced the start of the battle in advance. That's right, the enemy was the evil god Loki in Norse mythology. Because he was dissatisfied with the main god Odin's decision to negotiate with the Japanese gods for cooperation, he launched a rebellion and sent Odin the Twilight of the Gods. Splat! Splat! Almost at the same time as Riaz's voice fell, a spatial distortion appeared at the top of the building where the meeting was being held, and then a huge hole appeared in the dark sky. Then, a ferocious-looking giant wolf leisurely walked out of the hole. It was the legendary giant wolf, Fenrir. Fenrir, the legendary son of Loki, had sharp fangs that could kill gods. At the same time, it was also the culprit who sent the twilight of the Norse gods. Target confirmed. Battle begins. Baichu raised his hand and pressed the communication device hidden in his ear and shouted. In an instant, a huge spirit formation appeared in midair. It enveloped the hotel where the meeting was being held and some of the surrounding buildings. Then, a bright light burst out from the magic circle, teleporting Loki and the giant wolf Fenrir, as well as Ito and Laius, out of the hotel where the meeting was held. When their vision recovered, they appeared in an abandoned quarry filled with a desolate aura. You didn't run away, Riaz mocked. There's no need to escape. Since you're going to resist anyway, as long as I kill you here and return to the hotel, it's just a matter of time. It didn't matter if there was a meeting or not. Even I have to ask Odin to leave, Loki said with a wicked smile on his face. Your Excellency's idea is very dangerous, Baichu said. When it comes to danger, you guys are the ones who think more than that. The alliance of various myths and legends. In the end, the alliance of the three major forces recorded in the Holy Book was the beginning of all the distortions, Loki said disdainfully. But in terms of perception, Ito also felt that the alliance of angels, fallen angels, and demons was filled with a strong sense of dissonance. You don't see eye to eye, Baichu said softly. At the same time, dazzling lightning appeared in his hand. 10 pitch-black wings appeared on his back. At the same time, Ito also stepped forward and looked straight at Loki. A real heavenly dragon. This is great. To be able to fight against a heavenly dragon, my chest is throbbing like never before. Loki looked at Saito and said excitedly. Due to Saito's influence, the first time Loki attacked, he was repelled by Baichio and Asashel. So, he didn't see Saito. At the same time, because of his influence, Wally and the others didn't appear on the battlefield like in the original work. At least they didn't join forces with Saito's side like in the original work. Then I will send a gift in return for your throbbing heart, Saito said with a smile. After saying that, he casually waved his hand and several wind blades flew towards Loki. I'm looking forward to it. Loki's face showed a big smile, then he willed a large-scale magic formation to spread out in the sky and shot out dense magic light bullets towards Saito and Baichio. Saito's figure flashed and disappeared. However, the magic light bullets that Loki shot out weren't ordinary magic light bullets, they had a strong tracking ability. So, the moment he lost his target and became a little scattered, he immediately reorganized his direction and shot towards Saito, who appeared behind Loki. Space magic. Loki turned around and used his palm to meet Saito's fist. Bang! The air shook and Loki was sent flying for a distance. Oh, there's a strange feeling. Loki, who was sent flying, looked at Saito strangely. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of explosions, the magic bullets in the sky exploded one after another. They blossomed with dazzling light, making Saito and Loki, who were in midair, look somewhat gloomy. It was Baichio's assistants. Saito raised his eyebrows, then flashed forward again and appeared beside Loki, kicking him. Loki took out his cane. He faced it head-on. But at the moment when the two were about to collide, Itosei's figure suddenly disappeared. After leaving an afterimage in his original position, he suddenly appeared behind Loki and punched Loki in the back. Bang! Loki's body flew out like a cannonball. After finishing his attack, Saito didn't spare him and immediately chased after him. Fenrir! Loki shouted with a distorted expression. In an instant, Fenrir appeared in front of him like a black shadow, opening his mouth to bite the position beside Loki. The void flashed and Saito's figure appeared there. Knowing the power of Fenrir's teeth, Saito didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used the substitution technique that he hadn't used in a long time. Puff! A wooden stake appeared in Fenrir's mouth in place of Saito, and was bitten into pieces by Fenrir. But at this time, a huge magic formation appeared on the ground in front of Student Council President Sachiro Kangna, and a huge thick black iron chain flew out. It was the magic lock Gleipnir. In the original work, this mission should have been given to Heigo, and it was originally intended to be given to Heigo, but because Heigo hadn't returned, this sealing mission was given to Sachiro Kangna, who was also proficient in boundary techniques, to be in charge. Looking at the situation, it wasn't bad. At the same time, Saito stepped forward and looked straight at Loki. A true heavenly dragon. This is really great. To be able to fight against a heavenly dragon, my chest is throbbing like never before. Loki looked at Saito and said with an excited expression. Due to Saito's influence, the first time Loki came to invade, he was repelled by Baichio and Saito, so he didn't see Saito. At the same time, due to his influence, Wally's group didn't appear on the battlefield like in the original work. At least, they didn't join forces with Saito's group like in the original work. Then I'll give you a return gift for your throbbing heart, Saito said with a smile. After saying that, he casually waved his hand and several wind blades flew towards Loki. I'm looking forward to it. Loki's face showed a big smile, and then with a thought, a large-scale magic formation with a wide range opened in the sky, shooting out dense magic light bullets towards Saito and Baichio. Saito's figure flashed and disappeared. However, the magic light bullets that Loki shot out weren't ordinary magic light bullet. They had a strong tracking ability, So the moment they lost their target and became scattered, they immediately reorganized their direction and shot towards Sei-Ito, who appeared behind Loki. Space magic. Loki turned around and used his palm to meet Sei-Ito's fist. Bang! The air shook, and Loki was sent flying for a distance. Oh, there's a strange feeling. Loki, who was sent flying, looked at Sei-Ito with a strange expression. Boom, 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 the magic bullets in the sky exploded one after another, releasing a dazzling light that made Sei-Ito and Loki in the air look somewhat gloomy. It was Baichio's reinforcement. Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows, then flashed forward again and appeared beside Loki, kicking him. Loki took out his cane and faced him. But at the moment when the two were about to collide, Ito-Sei's figure suddenly disappeared. After leaving an afterimage in his original position, he suddenly appeared behind Loki and punched Loki in the back. Bang! Loki's body flew out like a cannonball. After finishing the attack, Sei-Ito didn't spare him, and immediately flashed forward to chase after him. Fenrir! Loki shouted with a distorted expression. Instantly, Fenrir appeared in front of him like a shadow, opening his mouth to bite the position beside Loki. The void flashed, and Sei-Ito's figure appeared there. Knowing the power of Fenrir's teeth, Sei-Ito didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately used the substitution technique. Puff! A wooden stake appeared in Fenrir's mouth in place of Sei-Ito, and was bitten into pieces by Fenrir. But at this time, a huge magic formation appeared on the ground in front of Student Council President Sachiro Kangna, and a huge thick black iron chain flew out. It was the magic lock Gleipnir. In the original work, this mission should have been given to Heigo to carry out. Furthermore, it was originally planned to be given to Heigo to carry out this mission. However, due to Heigo not being able to return, the sealing mission this time around was given to Ji Kwangna, who was also proficient in spirit formation technique. Looking at the situation, it wasn't bad. The sealing mission this time was given to Sachiro Kangna, who was also proficient in boundary technique. Looking at the situation, it wasn't bad. Chapter 1763. P.S. Thanks to Snow Phoenix Perching and Yenxian for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to Instant Potato and Hehe a Divine Word for their tip. The smoke dispersed and Loki's figure disappeared. Illusion, huh? Sei-Ito said softly as his eyes slowly scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! But at this moment, a slightly stinky sound pierced through the air from behind him. Sei-Ito stepped forward, and instantly dashed out a distance of more than 10 meters. Only then did he turn around to look behind him. In an instant, a large Fenrir giant wolf came into his sight. It was Loki's son, Fenrir. It turned out that he had already escaped from the magic lock Gleipnir at some point in time. Fenrir fiercely stared at Sei-Ito, and once again dashed over to attack. Sei-Ito stepped and turned around, using the 8 trigrams Wandering Dragon Steps. He brushed past Fenrir's wolf head, and moved to Fenrir's side. The holy sword in his hand danced, and slashed down. Puff! A long and narrow wound with blood gushing out instantly appeared on Fenrir's side abdomen. Awo! Fenrir, who was in pain, let out a long howl, and then fiercely swung his beast claw, bringing along a cold wind to grab Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito's figure flashed, and he flashed to the distance. Whoosh! As soon as he reappeared, a thick beam of light shot towards him. Sei-Ito raised his arm to the side, and set up a magic barrier in front of him. Boom! The magic barrier shook, flickering with flickering light. It looked as if it could not bear the burden, and might break at any time. Crack! Puff! Then the magic barrier was fiercely shattered under the impact of a black shadow. Sei-Ito, who was unable to defend himself in time, was hit by the black shadow, and his body flew back like a cannonball. Boom! A second later, Sei-Ito fiercely fell to the ground, and an irregular circular crater was created on the ground, raising a large amount of dust and covering his figure. but soon it was blown away by the wind caused by the aftermath of the battle around him. However, at this time, Seito, who was supposed to be there, disappeared from the crater. Loki, who was suspended in midair, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this. At this time, a large number of pitch-black snake monsters that looked like gigantic water snakes that were hundreds of meters long were swimming in the void, fighting with the former Dragon King Tanning and Odin's guard, Lothvias. It was the snake Jemingard, but a smaller version. After all, the original Midgardian snake Jemingard's body was ridiculously huge. Every time it turned, it would cause the world would shake. It was not a beast that could be casually summoned. But obviously, being small had its advantages. At least, Loki could already mass-produce this pseudo-dragon and use it as a regular army. It was no wonder that he had the guts to challenge Odin alone and bear the consequences of the world's chaos. Junai. At this moment, a sorrowful cry rang out in the chaotic battlefield. It was Laia's voice. She was looking at a nearby place with a face full of grief and anger. Himejima Junai was about to be bitten by a small Fenrir wolf. Crack! The sound of teeth biting could be heard. Ferocious fangs with the power to kill gods pierced through the body. However, the one bitten was not the expected Junai, but the fallen angel cadre who exuded the aura of a pugilist, Baichio. A large amount of blood gushed out from Baichio's bitten back and mouth. Why? Himejima Junai looked at Baichio, who was blocking in front of him in shock, and asked, "I can't lose you." Baichio's face showed a slightly ugly smile as he said firmly. Hearing Baichio's answer, Junai's face was blank and he could not say anything. Puff! However, at this moment, another muffled sound rang in the ears of Baichio and Junai, attracting their attention. They saw that on the head of the small Fenrir wolf that bit through Baichio's head, a radiant sword exuding a strong holy aura was inserted into the top of the small Fenrir wolf's head like a pole. Half of the sword was inserted into the head. It was Holy Sword Accolon's. Awoo! The small Fenrir wolf let out a sorrowful howl before death. Seeing this, Seito coldly snorted and forcefully inserted half of the holy sword into the wolf's head, instilling power into it, causing the power of holy sword to erupt in the small Fenrir wolf's head. Awoo! The small Fenrir wolf let out a sorrowful howl of death. Awoo! Almost at the same time, the other small Fenrir wolf and big Fenrir wolf also responded and howled with hatred. Plop! Then, the small Fenrir wolf, whose brain was turned into tofu by the power of Holy Sword, fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Pft! Seito raised his arm and pulled out Accolon's. He raised his head and stared at the Fenrir wolf that was looking at him with murderous eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the magic lock Gleipnir that was temporarily idle not far away. He activated teleportation and transferred it back to the Fenrir wolf's body. In an instant, the magic lock Gleipnir blossomed with a magical radiance, once again imprisoning the Fenrir great wolf that had just escaped not long ago. Well done, Red Dragon Emperor! The former Dragon King Tanning, who had just slaughtered the mass-produced Jormungandr that Loki had created, praised loudly. Then, with a flap of his wings, he found Cardinal Luo, who seemed to have victory in his grasp in midair, and began to fight fiercely with him. Lusvias followed closely behind, using Norse magic to assist Tanning in his defense. As for the others, they were still fighting desperately with the other small Fenrir wolf that had gone crazy. Junai, are you all right? Taking advantage of this free time, Seito turned around and asked Junai. I, Junai said with a very sorry expression, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. Cheer up, Junai. The battle isn't over yet, Baichio encouraged. At the same time, Seito jumped off the small Fenrir wolf's head and came to Baichio and Junai's side. Then, without seeing him do anything, An emerald-green middle-style circular magic circle appeared under the feet of the three of them. It bloomed with a green light and a shield, enveloping Himejima, Junai, the injured Baichio, and Seito. It was a middle-style compound healing and defensive barrier. This barrier, just like its name, had a continuous recovery effect and simple defensive power. It could be considered a barrier magic circle that was used in the current situation. After all, because of his influence, Isha, who was the healer, was gone. Riaz and the others lost a powerful logistical support staff. Baichio's treatment was arranged. Seito looked at Junai again. He called out softly, "Junai." Hearing the call, Junai subconsciously raised her head. Just as her eyes met with Seito's, a powerful mental power instantly pierced into Junai's mind and entered Himejima, Junai's inner world, through layers of thorns. "Where are you? After the fat. Where is the fat?" Then, a young girl's singing voice sounded in the quiet spiritual world. Following closely behind, a small family built with a bungalow appeared in the spiritual world. A little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old was playing with a ball in the courtyard with a happy face. "Junai, where are you?" Then, a woman who looked like Junai walked out of the room. She summoned, "Mother." The little girl, who was Junai, dropped the ball, ran quickly to the woman and hugged her legs. "Mother, what time is father coming back today?" Little Junai looked up at her mother and asked with a face full of expectation. Junai, where do you want to go with father?" Junai's mother sat down in the hallway outside, hugged little Junai who was in her arms and asked with a smile, "If he comes back early, we'll take the public bus to town to buy things together." Little Junai replied crisply, "So lonely." But at this time, a voice full of loneliness sounded in this warm environment. Then, a figure that belonged to a mature version of Himejima, Junai, appeared in this space, looked at the scene in front of her and muttered with a gloomy expression. Then, the scene changed to little Junai and Baichio taking a bath together. Father's feathers, they're not annoying at all. Although they're black, they're slippery, the same as Junai's hair. Little Junai stroked Baichio's wings and said happily, "Is that so? Thank you, Junai." Baichio smiled. "If I can always be with father, it's clearly a very good thing." At this time, the mature Junai's figure spoke again. Then, the scene changed again. It was the scene of Junai's mother braiding little Junai's hair under the roof. "Mother, does father like Junai?" Little Junai asked while hugging a rubber ball and sitting on the roof. Aye, of course," Junai's mother said with a gentle smile. "Because I can only see father occasionally." The mature version of Junai's expression became dejected again. Then, the scene changed again, but unlike the warm scene before, this time it was full of chaos and tension. The room was a complete mess. The wardrobe was overturned, there was a large hole in the tatami mats, the round table was overturned, dinner was scattered on the ground, and many men dressed as warlocks surrounded Himejima, Junai's mother. "Hand that child over. She's just the child of that detestable evil dark angel anyway," one of the warlocks said hatefully. "I won't hand the child over to you. This child is my most important daughter. Also, she's that person's most important, most precious daughter. I definitely won't hand her over." Junai's mother shouted with a firm expression as she shielded little Junai behind her. "It seems like your soul has been corrupted by the dark angel too. There's no other way." The warlock who spoke first unsheathed his long sword and slashed at Junai's mother without hesitation. The sharp weapon pierced into her flesh and blood gushed out, but Junai's mother was like a sturdy fortress as she tightly protected Junai in her arms, not allowing her to be harmed at all. "Mother!" little Junai shouted in horror. Then, the scene fast-forwarded, ushering in a blood-soaked Baichio and the corpses of warlocks that filled the courtyard of the small family. "Mother! No. Mother!" Little Junai knelt beside her mother and pushed her mother's lifeless body with both hands as she cried with a face full of tears. Zhu Li. Bai Qiu walked to his wife's side and reached out his trembling hand. Don't touch her. But at this moment, little Zhu Nai suddenly raised her head and looked at her father with a face full of anger as she shouted, Why? Why can't I stay by mother's side? I've always been waiting for father. It's the same today, you said you'd come back early. Woo-woo. You said you'd rest today. If father was here, mother wouldn't have died. Bai Qiu was speechless. Those people said it. Because father is a black angel, he's bad. Black angels are bad. I'm also a bad child with black wings. If father and I didn't have black wings, mother wouldn't have died. Hate. I hate these black wings the most. I also hate you. I hate all of this. I hate it the most. Little Zhu Nai continued to speak loudly. Actually, I understand that this isn't father's fault. If I didn't think this way, I wouldn't be able to maintain my spirit, because I am very weak, very lonely. I just want the three of us to live together. The mature version of Zhu Nai said with tears streaming down her face. The moment she finished speaking, another light figure appeared in this spiritual world. It was a figure that looked 80 to 90% similar to Zhu Nai, but her face looked more mature and full of motherly radiance. Zhu Nai's mother, Ji Dao's Zhu Li. Zhu Nai. Zhu Li's voice was very gentle as she said, No matter what happens, you must believe in father. Perhaps your father has hurt a lot of people so far, but Zhu Li opened her arms and hugged Zhu Nai in her embrace. That person truly loves me and Zhu Nai. Therefore, Zhu Nai must also love that person. Then, Zhu Li raised her head and looked at the void. Her lips opened and closed as she silently said, Thank you. The void trembled and Sei Ito's figure appeared in a flash of light. He nodded at Ji Dao's Zhu Li and then disappeared in a flash. In reality, Mother, I want to see father more. I want father to pat my head more. I want to go out and play with father more. I want father and mother to live together for a long time. Zhu Nai's eyes were filled with dreamy colors as she cried. Zhu Li and you. I haven't forgotten you for a single day. After hearing Zhu Nai's confession, Bai Qiu's face had recovered a lot of color under the treatment of the healing barrier. Father. Zhu Nai held Bai Qiu's hand and called softly. Seeing the two reconciled, Sei Ito let out a sigh of relief. Then, he smiled and suddenly turned to look at the Fenrir wolf in the sky and disappeared from the barrier. Chapter 1764. Sei Ito flashed and appeared beside the imprisoned Fenrir. He waved the holy sword Ascalon and slashed down. However, at this moment, the same golden light came from the side and blocked the path of Ascalon. Clang! Then, a crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Sei Ito raised his sword and retreated a short distance. He looked at the item that intercepted him. It was also a big sword full of holy light. It was held by a blond young man dressed as an ancient European knight with a pair of glasses on his face and a kind smile on his face. Arthur, Pendragon and the Holy Sword of Domination. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and thought. Arthur Pendragon, the last descendant who inherited King Arthur's bloodline. He was originally a member of the Heroes faction. Later, he lost interest in the affairs of the Heroes faction and felt that Wally was easier to communicate with than the leader of the Heroes faction, Cao Cao. Therefore, he joined the Wally team that only wanted to fight with the strong. The Holy Sword of Domination was made from the original Holy Sword fragment. It was the Holy Sword that had never been found among the 7 Holy Sword. It was the representative of the sword in the stone and had the ability to temporarily dominate others. As for the specific effect, Sei Ito wasn't too clear. However, it had successfully dominated the Fenrir wolf for a short time in the original work, so it should be very powerful. Therefore, Sei Ito was a little bit afraid of this sword. It was the spoils of war that he found through the exclusive information and family legends obtained by Wally after he joined the Wally team. Sorry, this Fenrir wolf is the spoils of war reserved by our captain. We can't let you kill it like this, Arthur said kindly. Seito knew that the captain he mentioned was the direct descendant of the old demon king Lucifer, whose god's destruction tool, White Dragon Emperor, was extracted by him. He was now a member of the terrorist organization, a disaster group, Wally Lucifer. It was just that what Itosei did not expect was that even without the White Dragon Emperor, this guy was still so bold. He was ready to get Fenrir into his team like the original owner, and he even used a trick to steal, at this time so impolitely. Humph! Seito snorted when he heard that. In addition, the captain asked me to help him pass a message to you. Oh, I forgot to say, our captain is Wally Lucifer. Arthur, who didn't care about Seito's attitude, continued without changing his expression. I will definitely get the White Dragon Emperor back from your hands. This is what the captain wants me to tell you. Whatever. Seito sneered. Also, help me pass this message to him. The next time he comes, I won't show any mercy. I'll definitely take his life without hesitation. I will relay your message as it is. Arthur smiled. Arthur raised his voice and shouted, Luffy, teleport. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's expression changed. A huge magic array suddenly appeared at the feet of Arthur and the imprisoned Fenrir wolf. Then, light gushed out and enveloped the two of them. It took them and disappeared from the battlefield. Then, Seito glanced at Tanning and Valkyrie Lathias, who were fighting with Loki and the mass-produced Gemengard that he had summoned again, and his figure flashed. He appeared above the last Fenrir wolf. At this moment, it happened to be restricted by touching Heiji's barrier spell, and the flow of life in its body was disrupted by touching Kitten's immortal spell. It howled miserably and stopped in place. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped down and stabbed the holy sword Ascalon into little Fenrir's neck. Puff! Warm blood immediately gushed out from the little Fenrir wolf's body. Awoh! The little Fenrir wolf let out a painful howl. Then, at this moment, Genova and Kiba, who had been ready to attack, rushed to little Fenrir's side with Delendal and the holy demon sword in their hands. They each waved their weapons and left a deep, hideous wound on the little Fenrir wolf's body. Get out of the way. Then, Rya's voice sounded. Hearing this, Seito, Genova, and Kiba didn't hesitate. They immediately pulled out their swords and retreated. Almost at the same moment when they retreated, a thick beam of magic power full of destructive power flew from the distance, directly bombarding the body of the little Fenrir wolf that was covered in wounds, with a weak aura, and under the influence of the barrier and immortal spell, unable to move. Boom! There was a loud roar, and a thick magic cloud quickly rose. Is it dead? Gasper asked expectantly. No one said anything. They all locked their eyes on the magic cloud, waiting for the result. Fortunately, the magic cloud dissipated quickly. After a few seconds, the situation in the field became clear again. In a circular pit that was a leveling surface, the little Fenrir wolf, whose body was in tatters, was lying at the bottom, dying. Blood flowed from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, and it let out a low whimper. Just from its current appearance, this was definitely a scene of serious injury and near death. Riaz, give it the final blow. Seito said calmly. Okay. Riaz nodded in agreement. Then, she raised her hand and created a magic light ball full of destructive energy in her palm, and threw it into the pit not far away. Boom! Another loud bang and a cloud of magic power rose from the crater. Now only Loki is left. After a few seconds, Seito, who had confirmed the death of the little Fenrir wolf in the pit, looked up at Loki and said softly. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next second, he appeared behind Loki and slashed out with his sword. Sensing the danger behind him, Loki's expression changed. He quickly turned around to dodge, and at the same time, set up a powerful Nordic magic defensive barrier in front of him. Poof! 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 Bang! 3 muffled sounds rang out one after another, and the 3 magic barriers instantly shattered. It was not until the 4th magic barrier that Seito's Ascaron's blade was blocked. You guys clean up those small fries first. Leave Loki to me for the time being. Seito, who increased the strength of his arm and slashed the 4th magic barrier into pieces, took a step closer to Loki and shouted loudly. Okay. Leave it to us. The former Dragon King, Tanning, and the Valkyrie, Latvia, responded in unison. Then, both of them unleashed powerful attacks with all their might, quickly slaughtering the mass-produced Jormungandr summoned by Loki. Stay, Seito shouted softly. Don't even think about it. Loki raised the big staff in his hand to block Ascaron and roared. Then, Loki's figure blurred and instantly changed from 1 to 3. At the same time, they flew out in different directions. Boom! However, at this moment, an enormous golden lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and drowned out one of Loki's figures. At the same time, Seito also used his teleportation ability to split himself into 2. In a flash, he appeared in front of the other 2 Lokis who were trying to escape. He slashed with his sword and blocked the 2 Lokis with a spell. Wow, what? The lightning dissipated, revealing Loki who was smoking all over. He swayed and fell to the ground. At the same time, the 2 falling attacks that Seito blocked disappeared before Seito's eyes like a mirage. TSK. Seeing that he had been deceived by Loki's god-tier illusion, Seito clicked his tongue in displeasure. Then, he immediately used teleportation to rush to the other Loki. He used several teleportations in a row to deceive Loki's reaction. Finally, he took advantage of a flaw that Loki revealed and stabbed his sword into his chest. A large amount of blood gushed out of Loki's body along with the sword tip that protruded from his chest. How is that possible? How could I lose? Loki lowered his head and looked at the sword tip protruding from his chest. He said with a face full of disbelief. Then, he raised his head, turned his head to look behind him, and continued, and it's under the condition that you don't use the divine destruction tool. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Goodbye. Seito, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with the schemer, shook his wrist. Boundless holy light immediately erupted from the holy sword Acheron's, and like a torrent, it fiercely attacked Loki's body. Because of the influence of the special warlock on it, Loki's divine body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the pain and fear of death, Loki let out a long scream. Please, wait a minute. However, just as Loki was about to die, the voice of the Norse Valkyrie, Latvia, came from below. Please stay alive. It's better for Lord Odin to carry out Loki's death personally. Seito frowned when he heard this. He looked at Loki, who had completely lost consciousness due to the impact of the holy light in front of him, and began to think in his heart. The benefits of killing Loki were not obvious, but it was possible to obtain a divine spark. Whether it was to use it directly or find a place to exchange for a more suitable divine spark in the future, it was a good way to increase the strength of his woman and his own power. But there was a prerequisite that he could obtain a divine spark. However, during the time Seito had been in this world, whether it was asking people indirectly or through other means to inquire about information, he had never heard of anyone obtaining a divine spark that was not a myth. In other words, although divine spark existed, it was a conceptual thing like a myth. It was something specific to one's level and nature of life, not a condensation of rules as mentioned in the novels of the other world. Therefore, after killing Loki, it was very likely that he would not be able to obtain it at all. In other words, the harvest was equivalent to nothing. However, the trouble that would arise from this was obvious, and that was the possibility of becoming enemies with the Norse gods. In addition, Lothvia had indeed proposed to let Loki be judged by Odin. If he really killed Loki and saw if it was possible to obtain a divine spark, it would not only cause trouble, but it would also make Odin and the Norse gods unhappy. This price was not something Sei Ito was willing to bear. Chapter 1765. P.S. Same as before. Pass it on first and change it later. All right. Seito made up his mind and nodded in agreement. Then, he swung his arm and threw Loki, who was wearing holy sword Accolons, to the ground like a piece of trash. Bam! Loki's battered body fell heavily to the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Thank you very much, Losvias said. Ito-sei nodded slightly and returned to the ground in a flash. He then tossed the holy sword in his hand back to Genova, who was walking over with Rias. The reason why it was returned was because after the rookie meet game in the underworld against Kangna, Ito-sei, who did not have much love for Accolons and did not have any need for it, had completely handed over Accolons to the sacred sword envoy, Genova, so that she could use it in battle before she could completely use Accolons. Genova extended her hand and received the holy sword. Ito-sei nodded at Rias and walked over to Junai and Baichio, who were still stuck in the healing barrier with the rest of them. Are you all right? Seito looked at the two and asked softly. Junai smiled and shook her head. Thank you for your help, Red Dragon Empress. Baichio, who was struggling to get up from the ground, expressed his gratitude. Seeing this, Ito-sei stepped forward to Baichio's side and helped him up from the ground. It's nothing. After all, if you died, Junai would be sad. Seito chuckled. Do you like my daughter, Junai? Baichio was silent for a moment and asked. Yes, I like her very much. I think she's a reliable and gentle girl. Seito looked at Junai, who was on the other side of Baichio. He did not know if it was because of Baichio's question or if it was because of Baichio's question. Junai heard this and her face became even redder. I see. On the other hand, Baichio seemed to have found something that satisfied him and revealed a joyful smile. After that, Junai and Rias worked together to teleport to the magic circle and prepared to take their kin and retrieved Song Na. Seito and Black Song of Taching, as well as Valkyrie Lothwise, who was carrying the unconscious Loki, headed to where the other support personnel were. Wait! Just as they were about to depart, Seito suddenly said. Following which, before anyone could react, his body transformed into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. A few seconds later, he reappeared in the teleportation array, still supporting Baichio with his arm. However, at this moment everyone noticed something. 4 curved fangs appeared in his hand. This is the fang of a Fenrir wolf? Rias guessed. Yes. It would be a pity to throw away such a good magic material. With a bit of polishing, you might be able to create a new god's extermination tool, Seito explained to everyone with a smile. He did not seem to care what kind of uproar his words would cause in the outside world. As for Rias and the others who knew Seito's skill in creating God's extermination tools, they nodded and activated the teleportation array, bringing everyone away from the battlefield. As for the former Dragon King Tanning, who was selectively ignored by everyone, he would be like a laborer. He would stay at the scene to repair the battlefield and try his best to restore it to how it was before the battle. On the other side, in the world of the Rubik's Cube, it's finally been taken out. Seito looked at the multifaceted golden crystal floating in the void before him and could not hide the joy in his eyes as he spoke. This item was none other than a divinity. It was forcefully extracted from the body of the Skyfire god after it was refined. A divinity with the fire attribute of the sun. He remembered that after sending a shadow clone to send Shanghai back to the demon high school world to reunite with Kitten, Seito sent another shadow clone to use the dimensional transfer magic as a springboard to return to Akakuruno City through the half-plane to retrieve the Skyfire god left in the shrine and bring back the 4 legendary Pandora, who should have returned to the Rubik's Cube world. However, things did not go well in the world. Due to the influence of the curse that Inada's divine clone had cast before she self-destructed, the sky above Akakuruno City was filled with a powerful curse power. Almost at the moment Seito's shadow clone appeared, it quickly wrapped around it and eroded it. However, this one only came out to retrieve something and bring people back. At most, it would only be able to fight a small battle. How much energy could a shadow clone have in its body? How could it resist the powerful earth curse that could even harm a god? Therefore, in a matter of seconds, the shadow doppelganger exploded into a ball of energy under the corrosion of the curse power. And because Seito was currently hiding in the Rubik's Cube world, the remnant consciousness of the shadow clone after it exploded could not carry out such a super strong movement across world. In the end, it could only helplessly find the nearby Seito's consciousness, the core of the artificial angel, and merge with it. This way, the news here naturally could not be transmitted to Seito's main body at the same time. Therefore, it was not until an hour later that Seito, who felt that something was wrong, summoned a soldier. He let him take the Book of the Elves out to check the situation. It was also at this time that Seito completely understood the situation in the outside world. Ito-sei, who knew the ferocious power of the curse, was straightforward. He sent the soldiers who had just returned out again. He was in charge of bringing back the corpses of the 4 legendary-level Pandoras and Skyfire Bright God, who had been left in the shrine. However, this time, he encountered a new problem. What was the Skyfire God? It was a god. Although Seito, Erika, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, Kyubi, and the legendary Pandora had reached this level because of themselves, they could not ignore the natural aura of the god. To be able to ignore the natural oppressive aura of the gods, it was either because they were used to meeting disobedient gods and had a certain resistance to the aura of the gods, or because their life form was unique and could be said to be between gods and not gods, so they could not feel the so-called aura of the god. However, the ordinary soldier did not have such courage and habit, so when he approached the corpse of the Skyfire Bright God, he was intimidated by the divine might that the Skyfire Bright God emitted when he instinctively resisted the power of death and curse, and died on the spot with his soul destroyed. At this point, Seito, who knew that he had taken things for granted, had to change his strategy again. He found Shifeng, who came out with the legendary Pandora, and let her take the Book of the Elves out to meet her companions and retrieve the corpse. Only then did they successfully transport the corpse of the Skyfire God back to the Rubik's Cube world. The rest of the matter was simple. While the Skyfire God was still breathing, Seito mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube to refine the Skyfire God in all aspects. He had to extract the godhood that existed in its body. As for why he valued the Skyfire God's godhood so much, the reason was simple. Other than this being the first time Seito had obtained a godhood, it was also because of the Skyfire God's existence. This point had to be explained from the origin of the Skyfire God. There were many origins of the Skyfire God, but there were 2 main origins. One was the Fire God, the son of Dara God, and the other was the Skyfire God of the Tian-Sun tribe, the descendant of the Sky God. The former was the ancestor god who had created the Taito style. He was also the original bloodline of the 4 descendants without godhood that Kyubi had taken in. The latter was simply the descendant of the Amaterasu god, a somewhat famous god. And the one that had the most extension and connection with the evolution of myths was the former Fire God. Although the Fire God was only the eldest son of a god named Duru, who had been included in the Tianjin god system along with the Jianyu Thunder God, he had a group of good children. A few of them were the Taito family that had been created by the Zwujing god. As a once prominent family, they had brought the faith of the fire god to various places where their family had reproduced. What was the Skyfire god? It was a god. Although Sei Ito, Erika, Liliana, Kanzaki Kaori, Kyubi, and the legendary level Pandora had reached this level, they could ignore the natural oppressive aura of the gods, or they were used to meeting disobedient gods and had a certain resistance to the aura of the gods, or they were in a unique form of life. It could be said that they were in the middle of gods and did not feel the so-called aura of the god. However, the ordinary soldier did not have such courage and habit. Therefore, the moment he approached the corpse of the Skyfire god, he was shocked by the divine aura that the Skyfire god emitted when he instinctively resisted the power of death and curse. His soul was destroyed and he died. At this point, Sei Ito, who knew that he had taken things for granted, had to change his strategy again. He found Shifeng, who had come together with the legendary level Pandora, and let her take the Book of the Elves outside to welcome her companions and retrieve the corpse. Only then did they successfully transport the corpse of the Skyfire god back to the Rubik's Cube world. The rest of the matter was simple. While the Skyfire god was still breathing, Sei Ito mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube to refine the Skyfire god in all aspects. He had to extract the godhood that existed in its body. There were many origins of the Skyfire god, but there were two main origins. One was the fire god, the son of Dara god, and the other was the Skyfire god of the Tiansun tribe, a descendant of the sky god. The former was the ancestor god who had created the Taha style. He was also the original bloodline of the four deities without godhood that Kyubi had taken in. The latter was simply a descendant of the Amaterasu god, a somewhat famous god. And the one that had the most extension and connection with the evolution of myths was the former fire god. Although the fire god was only the eldest son of a god named Daru, who was later included in the Tianjin god system with the Jianyu thunder god, he had a group of good children. A few of them were from the Taha family, which was founded by the Zwujing god. As a once prominent family, they brought the faith of the fire god to various places where their family reproduced. Chapter 1766. P.S. Thanks to 7 Sins Nirvana, Always Late, 33 Stacks, and Siliconx for their precious monthly vote. You didn't call me here just to do this with me, right? Her entire body was naked. Her hair was scattered on the tatame, and her chest was heaving up and down. She was lying in Sei Ito's arms, her face flushed red from pleasure. Sei Ito, who was slightly squeezing Zhenye's chest, asked in amusement, "Why not? If that was the case, we wouldn't be here." Zhenyi sneered with disdain. This was a house in the central area of the Rubik's Cube world. It was also the first house after the Rubik's Cube world was created. It had been there since the Rubik's Cube world was created, and it was only used during special occasions. Zhenyi, who fully understood the significance of this house, wasn't stupid enough to think that she was summoned here just to do that kind of thing. For him, the Zhao family's mansion, where she, Yi, and even occasionally Yuan were there, was the ideal place. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that Sei Ito had a sudden impulse, but that kind of situation was really too rare. It might not even happen once in 100 times. Sei Ito smiled when he heard this. He removed his hand from Zhenye's chest and raised it into the air. Then, a round golden crystal about the size of a walnut suddenly appeared in his palm. It was made up of countless fine prisms, and it was emitting a gentle and warm golden light. "What is this?" Zhenyi asked in surprise. "Divinity," Sei Ito explained. "Divinity?" Zhenyi was stunned. She was no longer the Zhenyi who only knew that the strongest in the world was a true martial artist. Having traveled with Sei Ito to many worlds, and having access to extensive information about the Rubik's Cube, she already knew that in this world, other than the true martial artists, There were also gods, immortals, demons, and other existences that were only considered mythical existences in legends. As one of the divine items that could allow one to become one of these existences, the information related to the divinity naturally entered Zhen Ye's mind along with this knowledge. Therefore, she knew very well what a godhead represented. You want to? Zhen Yi, who had vaguely guessed something, asked hesitantly. That's right. I've decided to give it to you and let you fuse with this godhead. Saito withdrew his innate stage weapon from Zhen Ye's body and sat up. He turned his head to look at Mayo, who was still lying on the tatame. Ignoring the sudden emptiness in his heart, Zhen Ye's expression quickly changed. There was a conflicted look in his eyes. After a while, he exhaled deeply. With a calm and serious expression, he looked into Saito's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Why me?" "Because you're my woman." Saito laughed. "You know what I'm asking." Zhen Yi frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. "You just love to think about useless things." Itomori waved his hand and slapped Zhen Ye's buttocks, making a crisp paw sound. He shook his head helplessly. "This is a sun godhead. It came from the Skyfire bright god." Then, Saito introduced the origin of the godhead in his hand in detail to Zhen Yi, as well as the information related to the god that came from it. "In other words, as someone with a different type of Amaterasu power, you're the most suitable person to fuse with this godhead," Saito said in the end. After listening to everything, only then did Zhen Yi nod in understanding. "Then," he asked again, "although I didn't read the information related to the godhead in detail, I remember that there are requirements for fusing with the godhead, right? Are you sure it's suitable for me to fuse with it now?" The information related to the godhead was one of the materials that Saito had personally gathered from Europe, the demon realm, and various other sources. He remembered it very clearly, so almost as soon as Zhen Ye's voice fell, he recalled the information about the godhead in his mind. The godhead was the core of a god. It was the materialization of a god's understanding of the rules. There were different levels. This level was equivalent to the god's own strength and the god's level. There were 4 levels of the godhead. They were the new godhead, the medium godhead, the high godhead, and the last god's godhead. The corresponding levels were the new god, the low god, the medium god, the high god, and the main god. At the same time, each godhead level could be subdivided into the initial, stable, and peak levels to correspond to the different levels of gods of the same level. Among them, people could fuse with it directly. The lowest level of danger was the new godhead that the new god and the low god might leave behind when they died. Among them, the initial godhead of the new god was the best. However, because it was an initial godhead, it was very unstable and would often dissipate with the god's death, leaving not a single fragment. Next were the fragments of the stable godhead that the low god might leave behind when he died. As for the higher level godhood, if you didn't have enough luck, it was up to you whether you could get a heaven-defying toy, and even if you did, it was up to you. Even if you could get one, you might not be able to resist the impact of the rule modification power released when the godhead fused with the godhead, or the remnant divinity of the previous god might be left in the godhead and counterattack. In the end, you would die in body and soul without a complete corpse. Don't worry. Although this godhead is a stable new godhead, I've sealed it. But I've already added a seal on it, and I'll help you with the fusion of godhood, so there won't be any problems. Itose, who browsed through the information in his mind again, said with a smile. All right then. Perhaps it was because he heard that Saito would also be by his side to help. Zhen Yi, whose expression relaxed slightly, agreed. Then, my dear, sit on me. Saito sat on the tatami with his legs spread. He held the godhead in one hand and pointed at his innate weapon with the other. What are you doing? Zhen Yi frowned. Dual cultivation, of course. Only when we become one, yin and yang fuse, and our spirits converge, can I help you complete the entire process of fusing with the Godhead, Sei-Ito said with a smile. Zhenyi curled his lips and sat up from the tatami. Then, he propped himself up with his arms and moved to Sei-Ito's side. He raised his leg and sat on his thigh with his head lowered. He reached out and grabbed Sei-Ito's weapon to straighten it. He raised his body and aimed it at the gate of the two worlds at the one-line sky. He lowered his body and sat down. Phew, Zhenyi, who once again felt a sense of fulfillment, exhaled softly. Hold me tight, Sei-Ito said as he moved his body and stretched out his arms to hug Zhenyi. Zhenyi didn't argue. He clamped his legs around Sei-Ito's waist like a vice, wrapped his arms around Sei-Ito's neck, and rested his chin on Sei-Ito's shoulder. It's about to begin, Sei-Ito whispered into Zhenyi's ear. Zhenyi took a deep breath and said, "Let's begin." She took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the Godhead in Sei-Ito's right hand suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. It trembled like a crystal-clear fruit. "Open the dragon gate," Sei-Ito said in a low voice. Zhenyi's heart trembled when he heard this. He activated the power of the Tenzhou Dragon Gate. In an instant, a powerful force of assimilation was released from Zhenyi's body. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the power of the Godhead. Then, there was no sound. The annihilation effect began to appear. The air and all the substances in the air were completely wiped out. It was unknown whether it was the Sunfire or the Tenzhou Dragon Gate's power of assimilation that had been wiped out. "Focus!" Sei-Ito shouted again. Then, with a wave of his hand, he slapped the Godhead into Zhenyi's back. Ripples appeared, and the Godhead entered Zhenyi's body from another dimension. Aha! The moment the Godhead entered Zhenyi's body, he felt a burning sensation. Feeling a burning force, Zhenyi instinctively let out a painful groan, and his face turned pale. Clearly, even though it was a sealed Godhead, the power of the rules released by it was too strong for Zhenyi's body to bear. Calm your chi and focus your mind. Let your heart be like a calm lake. Then, use all your strength to activate the power of the Tenzhou Dragon Gate. Sei-Ito used mental resonance to transmit his voice directly into Zhenyi's mind. Zhenyi nodded with difficulty and began to enter the corresponding state according to Sei-Ito's instructions. He felt the change in Zhenyi's aura. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and sucked on the pale Zhenyi's lip. He stuck out his tongue and opened Zhenyi's teeth. Then, his tongue touched Zhenyi's tongue and connected with Zhenyi's. After that, Sei-Ito silently used the dual cultivation method. He slowly used his strength to allow Zhenyi to move without being disturbed. At the same time, he used his and Zhenyi's power to circulate through the spiritual path created by the connection between them. This helped Zhenyi resist the impact of the Godhead's power and fuse with it. Just like that, under Sei-Ito's efforts, Zhenyi's face turned red. Soon, the color of blood appeared on Zhenyi's face again, and it became rosier and more attractive than before. It made people want to kiss him. After an unknown amount of time, a painful expression appeared on Zhenyi's face again. At the same time, fine beads of sparkling sweat seeped out of Zhenyi's body, which was boiling hot. As expected, things that aren't cultivated through one's own efforts always have some annoying things in them. As the person closest to Zhenyi, Sei-Ito understood the reason for all this almost instantly. Then, with a thought, he used the power of the dual cultivation method and the mental resonance method to send his mental power into Zhenyi's mind. In the next moment, Sei-Ito appeared in a bright world full of golden halos. Not far in front of him was Zhenyi, who was fighting fiercely with a monster that was covered in flames. At this moment, she was naked and covered in spirit light. Her body was covered in charred scars from the battle with the humanoid flaming monster. At this moment, Zhenyi suddenly leaped in front of the humanoid flame monster and blocked the flame monster's claws with both hands. Then, he quickly pushed the claws away and rushed into the flame monster's chest, which was now wide open. He took a horse stance and fiercely rammed into the flame monster's body. Boom! The flames on the flaming monster's body exploded, and it couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps. As a price, half of Zhen Ye's body was covered in charred scars. However, Zhen Ye's attack didn't stop. She didn't care about the wound on her side. Instead, she turned around and swung her other arm and leg to the back. She grabbed the flaming monster's extended wrist. Then, with a series of movements, she slammed the flaming monster onto the ground. Bang! Then, Zen Knight continued to move and turn around. As he fell backward, he ruthlessly smashed his elbow into the flaming monster's neck. Clang! Another pile of flames exploded from the flaming monster's body. Immediately after, the flaming monster howled. The flames on its body suddenly rose and surged toward Zhen Ye's body, as if they had a mind of their own. Zhen Yi, who had already seen the power of flames, didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately rolled on the ground and dodged. When she reached a safe place, she curled up and half-squatted on the ground. Huff, 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 Zhen Yi panted rapidly. She looked exhausted, as if she had been fighting for a long time. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but shout, "Zhen Yi!" Zhen Yi and the flaming monster turned their heads at the same time and looked at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared. Catch! Sei Ito didn't care about the monster. Instead, he flipped his palm and summoned a strange longsword that looked like a sword. However, the blade was curved and looked like a Japanese katana. However, the shape wasn't right. It was wrapped in a ball of golden flames. He threw it to Zhen Yi. Seeing this, Zhen Yi immediately jumped and grabbed the weapon that Sei Ito threw at her in midair. Zhen Yi landed on the ground and tested the feel of the weapon. "Use this sword to kill it," Sei Ito said with a smile. Zhen Yi nodded slightly and didn't say anything. She took a step forward and rushed toward the flaming monster. However, what made Zhen Yi feel strange was that for some reason, the originally ferocious monster suddenly showed a look of hesitation and fear that even she could see on its face. And the source of all this was the sword in her hand. Zhen Yi's eyes flickered slightly. She suppressed her curiosity about the sword's origin and excitedly fought the flaming monster in front of her. Seeing that danger was approaching, the monster no longer hesitated and launched a counterattack with a ferocious expression. However, its strength was originally on par with Zhen Yi's. At most, its golden protective flames were powerful and made Zhen Yi wary. But now, Zhen Yi had something to rely on. She no longer had to divert too much of her strength to protect her body and prevent herself from getting injured. Therefore, the scales of victory quickly tilted toward Zhen Yi. Then, after about 3 to 5 minutes, with a loud bang, the entire flaming monster exploded, turning into endless sparks that shot out in all directions. Chapter 1767. P.S. Thank you to Black Wednesday for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato for your tip. But in the next moment, the sparks that flew out in all directions suddenly paused, then swarmed back and rushed toward Zhen Yi. "There's no need to dodge," Sei Ito quickly reminded Zhen Yi when he saw that she was about to dodge. Hearing this, Zhen Yi stopped what she was about to do. She frowned and looked at the sparks flying toward her. Then, in the next moment, the sparks flew in front of Shinya. While she was on guard, they melted into her body very gently and released a wave of comfortable and warm energy that made her feel warm and comfortable. She even wanted to fall asleep. Under the effect of this energy, the charred scars on Zhen Yi's body grew and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, they fell off her body, revealing the originally white and smooth skin underneath. It turned out that the flaming monster that Zhen Yi had been fighting with was none other than the divine source of the Skyfire Bright God left in the divine spark. It was a divine creature produced by the combination of the seed of origin and the rules of the divine spark. It was the final impurity. Only by killing it could the divine spark perfectly fuse with it. Of course, this was only possible after Sei-Ito had forcefully refined it with the Rubik's Cube world. If it was a divine spark left behind by luck after a god's death, then what was left inside should be the god's incomplete divine consciousness. For example, the divine spark that Sei-Ito had encountered when he, the Sage Parliament, and the Freemasonry had gone to South Africa to explore some ruins. That was the truly dangerous thing. As for these flames now, they were the prize after Zhen Ye's victory. After being purified, there was no external consciousness that could be possessed. The divinity formed purely by the promotion and compression of mental strength, as well as some information that originally belonged to the Skyfire Bright God's history and some experience of the Divine Spark's rules, was the most precious catalyst for the Divine Spark's fusion. Therefore, Zhen Yi soon fell into a state of confusion under the infusion of these experiences and history. She stood in place with the longsword in her hand. Golden light flashed in her eyes from time to time. Seeing this, Sei-Ito smiled slightly. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, waiting for Zhen Ye's consciousness to recover. On this day, in the office of the Supernatural Research Club in the old club of Chariot King Academy, everyone was gathered together as usual. Of course, this gathering did not include the unscrupulous teacher Asashel and the old man Odin, because after the meeting that day, old man Odin, who had obtained a good agreement with the Japanese gods, returned to northern Europe with Loki, who had become a prisoner and was dying. As a thank-you gift, as well as a token of appreciation that contained other complicated meanings, Valkyrie Latvia's was left behind. However, on the next day, without Itosei knowing, Zhang Zian suddenly changed his mind. He was tricked by Rias into becoming his dependent. His position was chariot. It's almost time for the break from school trip. So, have you decided? Sei-Ito, who was sitting on the sofa and enjoying Zhu Nai's black tea, asked Rias, who was sitting behind the desk. Although I really want to go to your world to take a look, it's a pity that only the second grade is allowed to study and travel. The first and third grades still have to attend classes. There's no way for everyone to go together, Rias said with a regretful expression. So? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows. Let's wait for the winter break. Everyone will go together, Rias decided. All right then. Sei-Ito nodded in agreement. Then he said, I'll try to be the teacher in charge this time. Regarding this decision, no one had any objections. They nodded in acknowledgement. Also, my family will be here in 2 days. Everyone should come over then, Rias said. Okay. Everyone either spoke or nodded in agreement. At this point, the small talk was over. Everyone chatted about other things for a while. Then they began to go out and carry out their demon work as usual. A few days later, in Rias's residence in the human world. In the future, I'm going to set up a school to teach Norse magic in Gimli's territory. I'm going to make a lot of Valkyries appear among the female demons and start a new career, Lasvia said firmly as he described the future in his imagination. As an angel, I'm actually able to visit the residence of a superior demon. It's truly an honor. This is also thanks to the blessings of the Lord and the Demon King. Wisteria Irina said happily. Ha ha, Miss Latvia seems to be very interested in the demon industry. As the head of the Gimli family, I'm looking forward to it. Rias's father, old Gimli, laughed out loud. Speaking of which, all of you second-year students are about to go on a study trip, right? Are you going to Kyoto in Japan? Rias's mother, Vanilana, took a sip of tea and put down the cup. She changed the topic. Yes, according to the schedule, we're going to Kyoto immediately, Genova replied. Last year, Rias sent a letter to buy some really delicious pickles from Kyoto, Vanilana said softly. However, her flawless elegance when she spoke, coupled with what she said, gave off a very strange feeling no matter how one looked at it. Moreover, the pickles and whatnot really made one feel bad. At the very least, Seito could only pick up the cup and take a sip of tea to cover the slight twitching of his mouth. Sending pickles from a letter, this isn't like a relative from the countryside coming to the city. What could be more ridiculous than that? I'll buy some on my way back. Seito finished his tea and put down the cup. Just like what he said, Seito would be going with the students on this study trip. He would be taking on the identity of a teacher. Originally, he thought that he would have to resort to some means to obtain this identity. After all, this was a rare study trip, and many teachers would want to obtain this qualification. However, what he didn't expect was that before he could even apply, the school had already sent someone to pass down the decision to him. This made him very surprised. Because of this, he curiously went to the principal and asked why he was chosen. The answer was very simple. It was because he was a newcomer, a young teacher, and a physical education teacher in the prime of his life. He should be a good guardian, so he was chosen. However, the principal was also a little worried that he was too young and inexperienced, so he specially added an experienced teacher to the team to take charge of the overall situation and fill in the gaps. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Vanillana covered her mouth with her hand and said with a blush on her face. Coupled with her youthful face that looked like Riaz's sister, she was very cute. Then, everyone chatted for a while before Riaz's parents used the magic circle to return to the underworld. Then, 2 days after the meet and greet, it was the start of the study trip. The location was the Shinkansen waiting hall in Tokyo Station. Genova, Wisteria Irina, Kiba Yudo, and some of Kanasadai's family gathered in a corner of the waiting hall and were talking about something. Not long after, Seito's figure also came over. Are you guys done? Seito asked. We're done. Riaz, who came to see them off, replied. Then let's go. It's almost time to depart. It's not good for you to leave the team at this time. Seito nodded slightly and said softly. Okay. Riaz said very understandingly. Then we'll be going. Genova said. Be careful. Riaz reminded. Everyone said goodbye to Riaz and followed Seito back to Kumogakuen's team. A few minutes later, following the announcement from the platform, they walked into the train that was parked next to them. They sat in the carriage that was booked by the school and moved towards Kyoto under the slightly swaying train. What are you guys talking about? Seito, who sat on the seat, looked at the 3 boys in front of him and asked with a smile. The 3 of them were none other than the protagonist of the original work, Hyodo Issei and his 2 best friends, Motabin and Matsuda. Ito-sensei. The 3 of them quickly greeted him. Me, it's actually my first time riding the Shinkansen. Matsuda, who was a skinny student with a shaved head, said excitedly. Me too. Hyodo Issei nodded in agreement. But it feels great. Looking at a girl's chest from this angle, it's very beautiful. The wonderful vibration caused by the swaying of the train makes me want to touch it. Hyodo Issei's face showed a perverted expression as if he was studying a profound topic. Seito looked at Hyodo Issei speechlessly. This guy is really bold. He actually talked about such a perverted topic in front of his sensei. It seems like it was a mistake to let him out. I should have killed him. Seito thought. That one over there is not bad. She should be C. However, Seito obviously underestimated the guts of the 3 perverts. Motabin immediately raised his hand and lifted the glasses on his face and examined them. So disgusting. Sensei, hurry up and catch them. Don't look. Soon, the girls who noticed the actions of the 3 perverts screamed in disgust. Did you hear that? You have angered everyone. Behave yourselves. Seito looked at the 3 perverts in front of him and said, You won't lose anything if we look at you. Hyodo Issei said unhappily. Go to hell. Pervert. Scum. Hyoto Issei's words were greeted by the girl's unrestrained curses. Hyoto Issei retreated. Seito sympathetically patted Hyoto Issei's shoulder. He stood up and walked to where Genova and Wisteria Irina were and sat down in the empty seat next to them. Genova, who was chatting happily with Wisteria Irina, suddenly turned to Seito and said seriously, "Sensei, this is a rare opportunity. When we reach the dormitory, let's start working hard to have children." Chapter 1768. We're about to arrive at Kyoto. A few hours later, the announcement came from the radio. "Okay, everyone, get up and pack your belongings. We're getting off." Ito-sei and a female teacher, who was also the lead teacher, stood up from their seat. They clapped their hands to attract the attention of the students, while giving out reminders. With their reminder, the sleepy students immediately regained their energy and began to pack their belongings. A moment later, the Shinkansen train stopped at Kyoto Station. The students grabbed their backpacks and followed the female teacher and the middle-aged male teacher out of the train. The last one to get off was Seito, who was responsible for cleaning up and making sure no students were left out. Kyoto! It's so big! On the way to the ticket gate, the students exclaimed. Then they lined up to go through the ticket gate and left Kyoto Station, which was the only modern city in the entire city. Then, under the guidance of the teacher, they came to a hotel not far from Kyoto Station. The name of the hotel was Kyoto Seraph Hotel. The exterior of the hotel looked like a very ordinary small hotel. It was not very big, only having 3 floors. It looked a little old, but the interior was not small. Moreover, the decorations were extremely luxurious. It did not look tired from the exterior at all. It was as if a golden house was covered with a layer of mud. It was divided by brown wooden doors. Obviously, this was a special hotel with people from the underworld behind the scenes. From the name, it was likely to be supported by one of the 4 demon kings, Seraph Leviathan. Amazing! Is it okay to pay for all the second-year students to stay in this hotel? Matsuda was shocked by the exaggerated decoration and environment of the hotel. He exclaimed in disbelief. "Well, although I think it's amazing, it's still not as good as the minister's house." Genova, who happened to walk next to Matsuda, heard his words and said calmly, "There's a $100 store in Kyoto's underground business center. If you're short on anything, just make do there. You have to be careful with your pocket money. If you spend money like this when you're a student, you'll become a useless adult. Money is something that circulates in the world. Buy this too." She wanted that too, but she would run out of money soon. So, let's make do with the $100 store. The $100 store is a treasure in Japan. Latvia walked up to the students and spoke with a startling fervor about her outlook on life. As for why she was here, it was because, like Seito, she was one of the teachers leading the second-year students on this trip. Although she was a Valkyrie from Northern Europe who had been without a boyfriend for as long as she was still a virgin, what was surprising was that she actually had a formal university degree. She was a member of society who had completed her university studies. After she became a dependent, she was arranged to be an English teacher at Chariot King Academy. Speaking of Athasiel, I forgot to mention that he was the teacher in charge of the second-year break trip. The reason for his appointment was that he was the one who pulled in the sponsorship for this trip. Then, he was personally welcomed by the hotel owner. The teacher leading the group settled the check-in procedures for the students, took the keys, and began to distribute the rooms. Itamoto Yamada, Eiseling Panasonic, Fukuda Zongong. A few minutes later, everyone had been distributed to their rooms. In a moment, the class organizers will come to my room for a meeting. Finally, Teacher Athasiel said, "In addition, before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you are free to move around, but please don't go too far. The area of activity should be near Kyoto Station. Please return to your room before 5:30. Yes. The students replied in unison. The so-called class organizer was similar to a captain. Every class had such a person. They were specifically used to manage the team and lead the team according to the route discussed by the members of the team. They were also responsible for looking after the students and contacting the teachers. Among them, the one in charge of the perverted trio was the bespectacled woman who could see the length of a man's weapon through his pants, Kuroshi Lanhua. Then, everyone dispersed and checked in according to the rooms that were previously assigned. And as the teacher, Sei Ito was lucky enough to get a private room. The room was very spacious. It was a Western-style room with 2 beds, a small bedside table, and a round table. There were 2 chairs, a TV table, and a very large LCD TV. A huge floor-to-ceiling window stood on the side, reflecting the Kyoto station not far away. How extravagant! Seito sighed as he threw the small bag with a change of clothes on the bed, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the window, and looked outside in the cool breeze. Creak. At this moment, a sudden soft sound attracted Seito's attention. The door opened, and Losvia's figure walked out from behind the door. It's time to meet up with the other teachers. Losvia's beckoned. Okay. Seito smiled. Then, he walked out of the room with Losvia's and went to the room where Athasiel lived. At this time, in addition to them, the other female teacher in charge of leading the team also appeared in the room. Seito, Losvia's, and the female teacher greeted each other, sat down on the bed, and began to discuss the work they would take on next. As expected, Athasiel pushed all his work to Seito, Losvia's, and the other female teacher named Chiyoko. He had nothing to do, so he muttered, "Maiko. First Maiko. Next, I'll eat to my heart's content," and left the hotel. That's too irresponsible, Lothwise said. Although Chiyoko did not say anything, she nodded her head slightly to show that she agreed with Losvia's words. It's not like you don't know that guy. Seito sighed. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in. Seito said loudly. Creak. The door opened, and 4 to 5 male and female students walked into the room. They were the organizers chosen by each class. Seeing them, Seito raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. Come, tell me your arrangements. Then, he said helplessly. Fortunately, Seito was quite familiar with the situation in Kyoto, so he could understand where the students were talking about. In addition, there was a very responsible Chiyoko beside him, so he quickly dealt with the students' matters and allowed them to lead the students out of the hotel. After that, Seito and Chiyoko said a few more words, then left Athasiel's room. Have you thought about where you're going later? On the way back to his room, Seito asked Losvia's next to him. Yes. I've decided to go to the $100 store in Kyoto's underground business center and buy some things. Losvia's said with confidence. Seito looked at her with a stunned expression and muttered, No wonder you asked so much about it, so you're already prepared. What? Losvia's, who did not hear what Seito said, was confused. Nothing. Let's go together later, just treat it as a date between us. Seito suggested. Date? Losvia's cheeks quickly turned red, and she repeated in a panic. Yes, date. I said before, I'll be the one to like you. So let's take our first step in this trip to the $100 store. Seito smiled. Are you sure? Lothvia asked softly. Don't force yourself, it's okay if you don't want to. I'll ask you out next time. Seito said very considerately. No, it's okay. No need, just this time. Seeing that Seito seemed to have the intention to give up, Losvia's didn't know which string was provoked and quickly said loudly. Her voice was so loud that it even attracted the attention of several students who were about to go out in the corridor. Ito-sensei, Losvia's-chan. The students greeted them. Just from the way they addressed her, one could tell how much the students liked Lothwise. You're going out to play, right? Be careful on the way and don't forget the time. Seito looked at the students and said, Yes. The students responded in unison, then saluted and left. Los Valles, let's go. After watching the students leave, Ito-sei turned his head to look at Los Valles and said, Let's go. Wait, I'll go prepare. Los Valles said. Then I'll wait for you at the entrance. Seito said. Then the two separated. One walked quickly back to her room, and the other went straight to the entrance of the hotel, and sat down on a chair. However, they waited for more than half an hour, and Los Valles still didn't arrive. Don't tell me she forgot. Seito muttered softly. Just as he was about to get up and go back to look for her, Los Valles' figure finally appeared in the corridor on the first floor of the hotel. Sorry, I took a little too long. Los Valles apologized with a red face. In this regard, Seito naturally wouldn't blame her. He smiled and said, It's nothing. Then, he left the hotel with Los Valles and walked toward the entrance that led to the underground commercial street not far away. Along the way, Los Valles seemed very nervous. However, this was also normal. No matter how powerful she was still a Valkyrie who was still a virgin without a boyfriend. She was a pure girl who had no concept of dating. She was not like Ito-sei who had dated countless times. Chapter 1769. Walking down the stairs, Seito and Los Valles arrived at the underground shopping district, which is also known as the underground shopping mall. In an instant, a straight and wide marble passageway that was large enough for a car to pass through appeared in front of the two of them. The well-decorated, exquisite, high-end, and high-class shops stood on both sides of the passageway, displaying the goods sold inside to the passers-by through the huge glass windows of the shop. Although these looked very attractive, Los Valles, who had a clear goal, didn't pay much attention to them. She directly led Seito to the $100 store. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the so-called $100 store and walked in through the open door. The so-called 100-yuan store was not the traditional 100-yuan store that sold all kinds of things that were worth 100 yuan. Instead, it meant that all the prices of the goods were within 1,000 yuan. Therefore, even clothes that were worth 999 yuan could be found here. After entering the $100 store, Lasvia's eyes lit up like a dragon that had discovered a treasure. She began to shop in the store that had a lot of people and a lot of goods, from daily necessities to small electrical appliances, from clothes to all kinds of jewelry. She perfectly ignored Seito's existence. No wonder she hasn't had a boyfriend for so long. Other than being tied down by Odin, this behavior seems to be an important reason. Seito couldn't help but mutter helplessly when he saw Los Valles leaving him behind and running to the clothing area to choose clothes. Then, he stepped forward and caught up with Los Valles. Wow, such beautiful clothes only cost $850. That's great. Los Valles exclaimed in excitement. Then, she quickly took the clothes she liked from the rack and turned around to hand it to Seito. Take it for me, Los Valles said without hesitation. Seito, who was already prepared to carry the bag, reached out and took the clothes. Then, Los Valles turned around again and continued to shop in the clothing area. This one is not bad, wow. It's so cheap. I'm so lucky. Great harvest! Awesome. Then, a series of exclamations came out of Latvian's mouth, attracting the attention of the passers-by who were quietly shopping around. However, Los Valles, who was completely immersed in her own world of money, didn't care about the gazes of others. She continued to choose the items she liked excitedly and handed them to Seito, who was smiling apologetically at the other customers. That's all. A moment later, Latvia suddenly let out a long sigh and finally stopped shopping. He turned his head and looked to the side. I can't believe you chose so many, said Latvia, who was shocked by the number of costumes Seito had in his hands. Seito teased. I wonder who it was. His eyes were shining just now, as if he wanted to carry everything home. It's rare to come across such good and cheap things, so it's natural to want to buy them back, right? Do you have to wait until you need to buy something expensive? That's not worth it, Latvia replied with a serious face. You really look like a married housewife. Itose looked at Latvia from head to toe and said with a smile. Wah 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 wah. What? I'm just being frugal and not extravagant. I'm not a housewife or what not. Latvia didn't know if she was angered by the word housewife or something else, but she said loudly with a flushed face. But it was obvious. She had fallen into a certain situation and forgotten where she was at the moment. So, unsurprisingly, the two of them became the center of attention of the surrounding customers and shop attendants. Feeling the gazes around her, Latvia's face immediately became redder. Then, like an ostrich, she lowered her head and walked quickly to the cashier. Seito smiled embarrassedly at the people around him, and quickly followed. Thank you, 8,300. After some calculations, the female cashier at the cashier looked up at the two of them with a smile. As expected of $100 store. It looks like a lot of things, but it doesn't even reach the limit of 10,000. It's really cheap. No wonder so many people are keen to shop here. Seito took out his wallet, took out a 10,000 Japanese yen bill, and handed it over. I'll do it myself. Just as the cashier was about to take the money from Seito, Latvia, who also took out a few bills from her wallet, quickly said, Aren't we on a date? Seito looked at Latvia and asked rhetorically. When the latter blushed when she heard the word date, he continued, So I'll pay for it. After that, he handed the money to the female cashier. Latvia hesitated for a moment. She put the money back into the wallet and whispered with a slightly red face, Thank you. Your change. The cashier gave her the change. A moment later, the two of them left the $100 store with several bags each. Is there anywhere else you want to go? Seito asked. Nope. Latvia shook her head. In that case, let's go for a drink. Seito suggested. Okay. Latvia thought for a moment. She agreed. Then the two of them continued to walk down the underground passage and found a beverage shop not far from the $100 store. They ordered 2 glasses of orange juice and started chatting as they sipped on the juice. Of course, the main content was about Latvia's life in Northern Europe. A few hours later, the two of them returned to the hotel with bags of various sizes. Not long after, the traveling group of Genova, Wisteria Irina, and Kiba Yudo also returned to the hotel. After separating from their ordinary companions, they found Seito, Latvia, and Asashel, who had just finished drinking and had just returned. You mean, you were attacked? Asashel said with a slight frown. Yes. Kiba Yuto confirmed. Can you think of a reason? Asashel asked. Kiba Yudo and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. That's strange at a time like this. Why would Kyoto launch an attack on you? Asashel asked in confusion. This was because the demons had already informed the capital before they arrived. Otherwise, they would not have issued something similar to passports to Shiba Yuto, Genova, Wisteria Irina, and the second-year dependents of Kangna, so that they could visit shrines and temples without being harmed by the sacred power there. That was why Asashel dared to boldly allow Shiba Yuto and the others to move freely in the territory of the demons in Kyoto. In this regard, Latvia's face also showed a puzzled expression. Can't we ask them through diplomatic channels? Seito said. That's the only way. Asashel nodded slightly. Do we need to report this to the minister? Kiba Yuto asked again. Forget it, we still don't know what happened. Let's not let that guy have any unnecessary worries. Asashel rejected. Kiba Yuto and Genova nodded and agreed. After that, the few of them chatted for a while before parting ways and returning to their own rooms. But it was obvious that things would not end here. It would happen a little later. A series of knocks sounded in the room. Knock. Seito got up, walked to the door, and opened it. It's you, a satchel. What's the matter? Looking at a satchel outside the door, Seito raised an eyebrow. We were summoned. It seems that we have arrived at a Japanese restaurant nearby. A satchel said. Summoned? Who? Seito was surprised. Oh, that lovely demon lord young lady. A strange smile appeared on a satchel's face, and he especially emphasized the word lovely. Then, a satchel and Seito found Latvia, Kiba Yuto, Genova, and Wisteria Irina respectively and sneaked out of the hotel in the night. Under a satchel's lead, they arrived in front of a hotel in the corner of the street. Just as a satchel said before, this was a Japanese-style izaka-like hotel named Deo. Everyone went inside, walked through the path with a peaceful atmosphere, and came to a single room. A satchel stepped forward and opened the door. Instantly, Seraphil, dressed in a kimono and sitting inside, appeared in front of everyone. Beside her were the members of the seedy family who had arrived first. Hello! Red Dragon Emperor Sauce. Long time no see, Leah Sichan's family. Seraphil greeted everyone happily. Oh, it's you. The only male among the seedy family members, Kiba Shiro, greeted Kiba Yuto. Hello, Kiba Yuto responded politely. As they spoke, everyone walked into the single room and sat down on their knees. The food here is delicious. Especially the chicken dishes, they are the best. Red Dragon Emperor Sauce and Kiba Shiro, you guys should eat more. Seraphil recommended like a taster. Seito nodded, picked up a piece of chicken, and put it in his mouth. Not bad, right? Seraphil said with a look of approval. Not bad indeed. Seito nodded slightly. I'm here because... Seito, who did not want to dwell on the topic of food, changed the topic. I'm here to get the cooperation of the demons in Kyoto, Seraphil said playfully, striking a pose that girls in 2D or real life would like to strike when they were taking photos. Among the 4 demon kings, Seraphil was the one who was in charge of diplomacy. Sagex was the representative of the underworld in public and in private. The current Beelzebub was in charge of the development and deciphering of the creation tactics and other applied tactics. Asmodeus was in charge of the military of the entire underworld. The division of labor was very clear. But it seems like the situation is getting worse, Seraphil continued. When the others heard this, their faces revealed a puzzled expression. According to the report of the demons living in Kyoto, the leader of the demons here, Kyubi, disappeared a few days ago. That means... Kiba Yuto said. Yes, I have heard your report from the Atheniel family. I'm afraid it's that kind of situation. Seraphil, who understood Kiba Yuto's meaning, nodded. That means the leader of the demons here was kidnapped. The ones involved in this incident. A satchel, who finished the wine in his small plate, said. Most likely, it's the disaster mass, Seraphil said with a serious expression. You guys are getting into trouble again. Shiro looked at Kiba Yuto, Genova, and Wisteria Irina with the corner of his mouth twitching. Seriously, we're already exhausted from taking care of the students on this trip. You're really capable, terrorist. A satchel grumbled. Seito looked at a satchel with a "you're not embarrassed to say that" look. A satchel simply ignored it and continued to pour wine into Xiao Dai's mouth. No matter what, it's still something that can't be made public. No matter what, we have to find a way to solve this problem. I plan to still be in charge of cooperating with the demons that are working with us, Seraphil said. I understand. I'll act alone too. Seriously, they're even causing trouble in Kyoto, those guys, a satchel said fiercely. As a peace advocate, an absolute peacemaker, he was disgusted with those who destroyed the peace. May I ask, Lord Leviathan, what about us? Genova asked. In short, you guys go and enjoy your trip, Seraphil said. Genova frowned slightly when he heard this. He seemed to have some doubts about this arrangement. If anything happens, I'll call you. However, this is a very precious trip for you guys, right? We adults will try to find a way to solve this problem, so you guys should enjoy yourselves in Kyoto, a Sashal said to the students around him. At this moment, he displayed the maturity and responsibility of an adult. Go and have fun. Leave this to them, Seito said as he reached out and patted Genova's shoulder. Yes, Genova replied. After that, everyone put this depressing topic aside and happily enjoyed the food in front of them under the guidance of Seraphil, who seemed to be a little out of tune. It wasn't until late at night that they left and returned to the hotel they were staying at. Who knew if what he said on the train was useful, or if he didn't manage to persuade Wisteria Irina, or for some other reason, but Genova, who had been clamoring to have children with Seito, surprisingly didn't launch a night attack tonight, allowing Seito to have a good night's rest. Chapter 1770. It was a street filled with buildings in the Edo period. Ancient houses were built side by side, and strange-looking creatures peeked their faces from the doors and windows. This was the capital of the city, also known as the capital of the city. It was the territory of the demons. In the depths of the city, there was a huge archway in front of an ancient and majestic house. Seito, a Sashal, and Seraph, who was wearing a kimono, were protecting a blonde girl who was wearing a kimono similar to that worn by the princesses of the Warring States period. Opposite them were Shiba Yuto, Genova, and Wisteria Irina, who were led by a vixen and Lozavire, who were walking over. You're here. Oh, hello everyone. Seeing their arrival, a Sashal and Seraph greeted them casually. Seito nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. Lord Jushu, I've brought everyone here. The fox girl who led the way bowed to the blonde girl. Then, the fox girl's body emitted a faint green flame like a will-o'-the-wisp, and she instantly disappeared from the spot. I'm Jushu, the daughter of Yazaka, the leader of the demons living in Byauha Kyoto. The blonde girl took a step forward and introduced herself to Shiba Yuto and the others. Then, she lowered her head and continued with an apologetic tone, I'm sorry about last time. I didn't understand the situation and attacked you. Please forgive me. Forget it. Isn't the misunderstanding resolved? As long as there won't be a second attack, and we can have fun in Kyoto, there won't be a problem. Genova said magnanimously. Yes. A forgiving heart is necessary for angels. I don't hate the princess. Wisteria Irina agreed. Just like my companions, I don't hold a grudge against your highness. So raise your head. Shiba Yuto smiled. But, can I call you Jushu? After Jushu nodded, Genova asked directly. Jushu, you're worried about your mother, aren't you? Of course. Jushu answered without hesitation. If that's the case, it's understandable for you to make a mistake and attack others. Of course, sometimes it will cause problems and make the other party unhappy. But you've already apologized. You're apologizing because you know you made a mistake, right? Genova continued. Of course. Jushu said with a serious expression. In that case, there's no problem. We don't blame you for anything, said Genova. Thank you. Jushu. I didn't expect you to have such a talent, Genova, a Sashal said, seemingly surprised. Although I'm a warrior, I've interacted with believers before. I still have a certain degree of negotiation skills, Genova replied. Really? Really? Wisteria Irina exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Genova frowned. Don't tell me you haven't received any training? Genova asked curiously. Yes. Is that so? Wisteria Irina recalled with a cute expression. Genova sighed and shook his head, as if he had been defeated. Although I'm sorry for my mistake, but, I beg of you, in order to save my mother, please lend me your power. Taking advantage of the gap between the two, Jushu lowered her head again, and begged with a sorrowful tone. Let's talk about this inside the house, Sei-Ito suggested. Jushu nodded as she realized that it wasn't proper to talk at the door. She led everyone into the big house behind her and sat down in a room that looked like a living room. Then, Genova started talking. She explained the whole story. Jushu's mother, Yazaka, was the leader of the monsters in Kyoto. She left the house a few days ago in order to talk with the messenger sent by Sakura from Mount Meru. However, nine-tailed fox Yazaka didn't appear at the meeting place on time with the messenger sent by Sakura. Feeling that something was amiss, the monsters began to investigate. It was under such circumstances that they discovered a guard who was supposed to be by Yazaka's side. It was a dying Crow Tengu. Before dying, Crow Tengu told the monsters that were investigating. Yamazaka was kidnapped after being attacked by someone. Thus, all the monsters in Kyoto became alert and searched the city for suspicious people. It was at that time that Kiba Yudo and Genova, who happened to appear, were attacked. After that, Asashel and Leviathan, who had received the news, negotiated with Ninefold and the others who had temporarily taken over the management of the monsters. They made it clear that the underworld was not involved in this matter, and used their own methods to provide information about the possible attackers, locking the target on the recently active Mass of Calamity. When the various forces want to join hands, this kind of thing will happen very easily. That time with Odin, Loki came, right? This time, the enemy is the terrorist. Asashers finally said with an unhappy face. Your Highness Governor, Your Highness Demon King, can you think of a way to save Princess Yazaka? We are willing to help no matter how much effort it takes. Standing beside the girl Jushu, an old man with a long nose and dressed like a cultivator said. He was the head of Tengu and had a deep friendship with Yazaka since ancient times, so he was really worried about Yazaka and Jushu, who were kidnapped. Then, the head of Tengu took out a scroll and opened it in front of everyone. On the scroll was a beautiful blonde woman wearing a witch costume. In terms of appearance, she was 70 to 80% similar to Jushu, but more mature. Seeing the person on the scroll, Sei-Ito and the others faintly guessed the person's identity. The person on the scroll is Princess Yazaka. The head of Tengu introduced. It really is that person. We can be sure that the people who kidnapped Princess Yazaka are still in Kyoto. Genova said. Why do you think so? Kiba Yudo asked doubtfully. Because the key in the entire Kyoto area is not in chaos. Nine-tailed fox is an existence that gathers all the ki flowing in this land to maintain balance. The existence of Kyoto itself is a large-scale position. If nine-tailed fox leaves this land or is killed, there will be a change in Kyoto. Even that omen didn't happen, which means that Princess Yazaka is still alive. The possibility that the people who kidnapped her are still here is very high. Genova explained. Seraph, to what extent did the Demon King's members investigate? Then, Genova turned to look at Seraph and asked. I let them do a thorough investigation. I also let the members who are more familiar with Kyoto take action. Seraph replied. This time we may need to let you guys take action. Because we are really lacking in manpower. Especially since you guys are used to fighting the strong, your strength will be needed for the hero sect. Although I am sorry, please think of the worst-case scenario. After that, I will contact City's family members who are not here. Until then, continue to enjoy the trip. If there is an emergency, I will leave it to you. Genova and the others said. Yes. Please, lend me your power to save Mother. No, please lend me your power, I beg you. Jiu Chong clasped his hands together and lowered his head as he begged. Beside her, the fox girl and the head of the Tengu also made a gesture of agreement. What happened after that had nothing to do with Genova and the others. Hence, Asashel had Lothwise send them back to the hotel. Of course, there was also Sei-Ito, who had been asked to do this, but because of his extraordinary status, nothing happened that night. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. On this day, after the students set off for sightseeing as usual, Seito, Latvia, and Asashel began their investigation of the capital. "Let's split up and search first, then we'll gather around here at noon." For some unknown reason, Asashel, who had set the exploration target on Mount Chiolan, spoke to Seito and Lothwise. "Okay," Seito replied indifferently. "Okay," Latvia agreed as well. Then, the three of them split up and used their own methods to investigate Mount Chiolan. As for the result, needless to say, they could not find anything. After a fruitless search, the three of them had no choice but to meet up again according to the agreement they had made beforehand. "I remember that the tofu pot nearby is the best. Let's go eat it," Asashel suggested. "Aren't we going to search?" Latvia asked. "It's not like we're in a hurry. Let's eat first. After all, only when we're full will we have more energy to do dangerous work, right?" Asashel laughed heartily. Hearing what he said, Latvia, who felt that it made sense, nodded in agreement. As for Seito, he would not object to such a suggestion and happily agreed as well. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Asashel did not waste any more time and led the two of them to a nearby tofu pot shop. The tofu pot shop was not big, about the size of a small fast food restaurant. There were 4 to 5 square tables inside, and several men and women, who looked like customers, sat at 2 or 3 tables, chatting while enjoying the delicious food on the table in front of them. The three of them found an empty table by the wall and sat down. "What would you like to order, sir?" The waiter in the shop walked over and asked. "A large tofu pot, a few side dishes, and a bottle of soju," Asashel ordered without any hesitation. Chapter 1771. "This is," Seito said as he looked around at the tofu pot shop where only he, Asashel, and the drunk Valkyrie Latvia were left. "Looks like an attack." Asashel put down his wine glass and sighed. "You stay here and look after Latvia. I'll go check on those kids," Asashel continued. "Okay." Seito nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Seito's reply, Asashel no longer hesitated. He immediately spread his wings, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Holy spear of dusk, absolute mist, creation of magical beasts. What a delightful collection! Seito squinted as he picked up a small plate and brought it to his mouth. He gently sucked the wine in the plate into his mouth. "I'm not drunk. Let's drink more," Latvia said loudly as she raised her wine glass in a drunken stupor. She didn't notice the obvious changes in the surrounding environment at all. It's not a typo. Imagine being tongue-tied. "There's no more wine. I'll go to the shop and ask for 2 more bottles." Seito put down the wine plate and smiled. "Let's go," Lothwise urged. Seito smiled, stood up from the table, turned around and walked out of Latvia's sight. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, after setting up layers of defensive enchantments and spell barriers around Latvia, he leaped into the sky and chased in the direction where Asashel had disappeared. A moment later, Seito appeared beside Asashel. However, at this moment, apart from Asashel, Kiba Yudo, Genova, Wisteria Irina, and Jiu Chong, who was acting as their tour guide, there was also a group of young men and women wearing black clothes similar to student uniforms. They were confronting Asashel and the others. "You're here. What about Latvia?" Asashel asked as he heaved a sigh of relief. "I left a lot of defensive spells there. I think there shouldn't be a problem," Seito replied softly. Then, he asked, "Who are those guys?" "They're from the hero faction. The young man leading them is Chow Chow." Asashel replied. "Chow Chow?" Seito raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. He had a spear on his shoulder and was wearing a uniform that looked like a traditional Chinese costume. The young man with a face full of vigor said, Nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. Cao Cao smiled. My name is Cao Cao. He is the descendant of the famous Cao Cao in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Saito nodded slightly. Cao Cao? He seems to have another Cao Cao in his hands. But then again, the appearance of the two sides was still the same. Other than their height, clothing, and temperament, there was almost no difference at all. It was because of the influence of the name Cao Cao. Or was there some other reason? Listen up, everyone. Be careful of the gun in that man's hand. It was the Holy Spear of Dusk, the most powerful divine weapon. It was said to be an absolute divine weapon that could even pierce through gods. It was a synonym for the true god's destruction. I haven't seen it in a long time, but the current user is on the side of terrorists. Just as Saito was thinking about the possible connection between the two, a Sasher's serious voice sounded in everyone's ears. Saito focused and looked at the metal spear in Cao Cao's hand. Sure enough, he could feel an extremely strong and awe-inspiring aura from the long spear. That's the holy spear that all the seraphs in the heavenly realm fear? Elena said with a trembling voice. I heard about it when I was very young. The spear that pierced through Jesus. The spear that was stained with Jesus' blood. The absolute spear that pierced through the divine body. Genova said in a low voice. You brat. I have something to ask you. While the others were shocked by the mention of the holy spear, the young girl Jiu Chong roared at Cao Cao with a face full of anger. Ayaya, such a young princess. What's wrong? If I can, I'll answer you no matter what, Cao Cao said with a frivolous tone. Although it sounded like he was coaxing a child, it felt like he knew something. Are you the ones who kidnapped Mother? Jiu Chong asked. Yes, Cao Cao admitted without hesitation. What do you want to do to Mother? Jiu Chong asked again. I want to ask your mother to cooperate with our experiment. Experiment? What do you want to do? To fulfill the wishes of the sponsor. That's the so-called policy. Hearing this, Jiu Chong bared her fangs. Her expression was ferocious because of her extreme anger. At the same time, her eyes were filled with tears. She looked both angry and sad. The sponsor? Is it Orpheus? And why did you suddenly appear in front of us? Asashers yelled. No. There's no need to hide anymore. Also, I've decided to inform you before the experiment and cooperate a little. I would also like to meet the governor of Asashel and the legendary Red Dragon Emperor. Cao Cao replied casually. Simple and clear is enough. Please return the nine-tailed leader to us. We have to work together with the demons, Asashel said as he summoned a spear of light. Seeing this, the others also got ready for battle. Only Saito still looked calm. He did not make any preparations. With great interest, Cao Cao looked at Itose, who was unprepared. He then turned his head slightly and said to a small boy beside him, Leonardo, I'll leave the demons to you to fight against the monsters. The latter nodded expressionlessly. Then, without seeing him do anything, a large number of disgusting shadows appeared under his feet and quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, they had expanded to cover the entire moon bridge. Then, the shadows began to expand. They gradually took shape and finally, they stopped in the shape of a huge monster. Then, the number of monsters began to increase. From 1 to 10, 20, 30, and finally, there were over 100 of them. It made one's scalp tingle. Magical creature maker, huh? Asashel said with a serious expression. That's right. That's right. The artifact that this child has is one of the tools of divine destruction. It has a different meaning from my holy spear of dusk. It's the most ferocious artifact, Cao Cao replied with a smile. Holy spear of dusk, absolute mist. Magical beast creation. So he has 3 of the 4 gods' destruction artifact. These tools of divine destruction have been monitored by us fallen angels, the heavens and the demons since birth. At this point, Asashers turned his head and looked at Saito. Ito understood that this was because he was not in the surveillance sequence. Hyodo Issei, who was originally under surveillance, had somehow become an ordinary person. The human agent who sent out the killing mission, Linari, had become his new subordinate. Coupled with the fact that Wally White Dragon Emperor was still alive after being selected, Asashurs had deduced some things. However, Ito was not worried about this. After all, he had done so many things for him like a nanny recently. He also loved Lias, Junai, and other related girls very much. Moreover, he had not done anything dangerous behind the scenes or anything that could destroy the peace between the three major forces. Therefore, he was not afraid of Asashur's suspicions or anything. It's been almost 20 years. Have we also slacked off? Or someone deliberately hid something? Indeed, compared to the past tools of divine destruction, almost all of the current tools of divine destruction are hard to find. Then, Asashurs looked away and continued. Perhaps there's some causality that's only related to the modern world? In the beginning, the tools of divine destruction could be said to be a bug or error in the divine artifact system. Until now, these causality laws, including the tools of divine destruction, have their own ups and downs, operating outside of our expectations, right? Although this is just a guess that I hope is not too overboard. The change of bug, error, no, evolution? In any case, although including me, we are all in charge of the divine artifact research and the divine artifact system, aren't we too naive? Michel Sazak. Then, Asashurs muttered to himself. Now is not the time to think about this. Ito reminded him. Yes. Asashurs came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Ito understood that this was because he was not in the surveillance sequence, and Hyodo Issei, who was originally under surveillance, had somehow become a normal person, a human being who gave out killing missions. However, Ito was not worried about this. After all, he had been following Asashurs around like a nanny recently, and he loved Rias, Junai, and the other related girls very much. Moreover, he had not done anything dangerous behind the scenes, or anything that could disrupt the peace between the three factions, so he was not worried about Asashur's suspicions or anything. It's been almost 20 years. Have we also slacked off? Or someone deliberately hid something? Indeed, compared to the past tools of divine destruction, almost all of the current tools of divine destruction are hard to find. Then, Asashurs looked away and continued. Perhaps there's some causality that's only related to the modern world? In the beginning, the tools of divine destruction could be said to be a bug or error in the divine artifact system. Until now, these causality laws, including the tools of divine destruction, have their own ups and downs, operating outside of our expectations, right? Although this is just a guess that I hope is not too overboard. The change of bug, error, no, evolution? In any case, although including me, we are all in charge of the divine artifact research and the divine artifact system, aren't we too naive? Michel Sazak. Then, Asashurs muttered to himself. Now is not the time to think about this. Ito reminded him. Yes. Asashurs came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Chapter 1772. Are those black monsters used to collect data? Asashel said with a gloomy expression. As the use of forbidden hands increased, the construction of anti-magical creatures also developed. Thanks to this, demons, angels, dragons, and other big guys were also created to fight against magical beasts. If the demons' anti-magical creatures went all out, they could even release light comparable to the light of mid-tier angels. Chow Chow's expression was relaxed as if he was talking about something very normal. Asashel heard this, and a look of hatred flashed across his face. However, he quickly smiled again and said, But, Chow Chow, it seems that only the god-killing creatures have not been created yet. Chow Chow did not respond. If it's a god, then use this spear to slaughter. Then, Chow Chow pointed the spear at Asashel and said, "Come, let the battle begin." Following Chow Chow's declaration of battle, the surrounding creatures immediately roared. "Sawmill, please create a holy sword for me." Genova said. "Understood. As expected, you're more suited to use the two-blade style." Sawmill activated the artifact and created a powerful holy sword and threw it to Genova, who was holding Ascalon. As for Genova's original weapon, Dilindar, it was sent to the heavens for some reason and was not by her side for the time being. Genova reached out and caught the sword. She charged into the group of monsters in front of her and slashed at them like a wild swordsman. Under her slashes, dozens of monsters were immediately smashed into pieces by the impact of the holy light energy. Then, a beam of light shot out from the mouth of one of the monsters and headed straight for Shiba Yudo. "With this level of light, it'll be fine as long as I don't get hit." Shiba Yudo activated Knight's Godspeed and dodged the attack as he said confidently, "Chow Chow, do you want to be defeated by me?" Asashel took out the jade that sealed the Golden Dragon King Fafnir and activated it to create a full-body armor similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's forbidden hands. She looked at Chow Chow and shouted, "What an honor! To be able to fight against the fallen angel governor recorded in the Holy Book." Chow Chow laughed. Then, the two of them charged forward. They welcomed each other. In the blink of an eye, a powerful air current filled with a suffocating pressure spread out from the two of them. "Inari, I'll leave ninefold to you," Seito, who had yet to make a move, turned his head and said to Inari, who had yet to make a move. "Yes," Wisteria Irina replied confidently. "Jiochong, you must stay by Inali's side." Seito turned to Kyuchong and said softly, "Yes, I'm sorry." Jiochong lowered his head and apologized. He was probably feeling apologetic for not being able to help. "Let us deal with the Red Dragon Emperor." But before Seito could make a move, a few hero sect members who could no longer wait jumped out and rushed in front of Seito. Then, the spear light and the sword light with a little bit of cold stars pierced towards him. "TSK, I was underestimated," Seito said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, without seeing him do anything, the few hero sect members who rushed in front of Seito suddenly fell to the ground and let out painful groans. Psychokinesis crushing. How is this possible?" One of the hero sect members said in a trembling voice. "The current Red Dragon Emperor is someone who can fight against a god. Therefore, your defeat is inevitable." In the hero sect's team, a white-haired man with 6 long swords of different thicknesses hung on his waist said, "What?" The suppressed hero sect members exclaimed in surprise. Seito stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The long sword in one of the hero sect members' hands forcefully broke free and flew into his hand. "Everyone, pay attention. Be careful. He is the current Red Dragon Emperor. Among the past generations, his individual strength is the strongest. He has a record of defeating a god without activating his artifact. Therefore, don't hold back later," the white-haired young man said to the hero sect members on the left. "Do you want to attack together?" Seito asked with interest. "To deal with you, it doesn't matter how many people we have," the white-haired young man said. "What's your name?" Seito asked. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness Red Dragon Emperor. I'm a descendant of the hero Siegfried, Jake. My companions call me Siegfried. As for what you want to call me, it doesn't matter," the white-haired young man introduced himself. The so-called Siegfried was the Prince Siegfried in Norse mythology. He had a great achievement of slaying dragons. After his death, he became a god of the underworld and possessed an immortal body. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." "As expected, is that so?" Hearing Siegfried's words, Genova said with some doubt, "Yes, it should be so. Judging from the several demonic swords on his waist, it's definitely him." Purple Vine Inari nodded in agreement. "Do you know him?" Seito tilted his head slightly and asked. "Yes. That man is an exorcist. He's a compatriot of mine and Inari's. He's a top-notch warrior from the Catholic Church, the National Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church, Devil Emperor Jake. His white hair is because he and Fred came from a warrior training institution. All the warriors there have white hair. It seems to be a side effect of some kind of experiment, Genova explained as he killed a few demonic beasts with his sword. Jake, did you betray the church? Did you betray the heavens? Purple Vine Inari shouted. You should say that I did. After all, I belong to the Mass of Calamity. Now, Siegfried said with a smile. Why did you do that? Betraying the church and joining an evil organization is not redeemable. Purple Vine Inari questioned loudly. My ears hurt a little. Genova scratched his face embarrassedly. Speaking of which, she had done it more thoroughly than Siegfried. She had directly become the demon of the enemy. What's wrong with that? I'm not here anymore. The church still has the strongest warrior. As long as we have that person, we can make up for the difference between me and Genova, who uses Dillandar. Forget it, there's no need to talk about that anymore. Siegfried sneered. Then, he slowly drew a sword from his waist. In an instant, a gloomy wave was emitted from the sword. It was the wave of a magic sword. Following his actions, the other members of the hero sect behind him also drew their own weapons. They looked like they were ready for a group fight. Seeing this, Sei Ito's lips curled up slightly. Although it's not very convenient, forget it. I'll just make do with it. He casually waved the longsword in his hand and said calmly. After saying that, his figure flashed. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Alert! Siegfried shouted loudly. Then, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately turned his body and extended the magic sword horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Lumberyard, Genova. I'll give it to you. Then, Sei Ito exerted a little force in his arm. A strong force instantly acted on Siegfried, who was unable to defend himself in time. The impact sent him flying to the side. Hearing the call, Lumberyard Yudo did not hesitate. He immediately rushed to Siegfried's side with his lightning speed and slashed down with his sword. Clang! Although his body was not used to it, his reaction was not fast enough. However, his reaction speed was not affected at all. He immediately waved his arm and blocked Shiba Yudo's holy demon sword with his demon sword. Then, the two separated and stood still. At this moment, Genova, who had finished cleaning up the magic beasts, came to Siegfried's side and attacked Siegfried together with Lumberyard Yudo. However, Siegfried lived up to his reputation as the church's most powerful exorcist. He was very powerful. Even when facing the combined attacks of Lumberyard Yudo and Genova, who had powerful magic beasts, he was still at ease and looked relaxed. Moreover, he seemed to have the upper hand on the other side. Sei Ito, who had casually sent Siegfried flying, turned around and rushed to the front of the short man who used the magic beasts to create this artifact. He waved his sword and slashed at him. Puff! However, in the next moment, it was blocked by a gray mist that suddenly appeared around the short man. Absolute mist. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Roar! At this moment, a newly created giant monster appeared behind Sei Ito. It released an energy attack that had the power to injure dragons and shot at Sei Ito. Feeling the energy behind him, Sei Ito chuckled. Without turning his head, he casually threw a punch behind him. Then, the energy was like a baseball. It was directly deflected and hit the monster's body. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the space, and the impact spread in all directions. Then, an obscure wave spread out from Sei Ito's body. It quickly enveloped the short man in front of him and the giant monster behind him. Then, it brought them along and disappeared from this space. Leonardo? the others exclaimed in surprise. Galger, what's going on? Siegfried, who still had time to pay attention to the situation here, asked loudly with a slightly changed expression. I'm not sure. But it should be some kind of spatial barrier. The Red Dragon Emperor and Leonardo have both entered a different space. Galger, a young man in a black school uniform wearing a feather replied. Hurry up and think of a way to get Leonardo out, Siegfried said loudly. I know, Galger replied. Hercules, use your divine artifact to bombard the place where Leonardo disappeared, Galger ordered. Okay. A burly foreign young man who looked to be more than 9 meters tall laughed loudly. He walked out of the crowd to the place where Leonardo disappeared and threw a punch forward. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Then, a visible ripple in the void and a light barrier faintly appeared. Good job, Hercules. Continue. Galger quickly said. Okay, leave it to me. Hercules laughed loudly. Then, without hesitation, he threw another punch forward. Boom! Hercules' divine artifact was called Giant's Mischief. Its effect was to add an explosive effect to the target it hit. So, in addition to the powerful impact of his attack, the violent explosion effect was often a headache. At the same time, inside the spatial barrier, it seems that you're quite a good middleman among your companions. Seito smiled as he casually tore the creation behemoth into countless pieces and sent it into the different space. Leonardo's expression changed slightly, but he still did not speak. Forget it. There's not much time left. Let's end this quickly. Seito chuckled. After that, without waiting for Leonardo's response, he directly stepped in front of Leonardo, who was no longer protected by the gray fog. The moment Leonardo was about to instinctively resist, he flashed again and came behind him. Then, he waved his hand and chopped at Leonardo's neck. Bang! As expected, Leonardo immediately fainted and fell to the ground like a broken sack. Plop! Then, Seito stretched out his hand and pointed forward. 8 bright pearl-sized light spots quickly appeared above Leonardo's head and around his feet. Each of them shot out 3 rays of light, which intersected with the rays from other directions to form a square light outline. Then, the energy filled the square and completely sealed Leonardo in it. Then, the square shrank into a small cuboid the size of a child's building block. It fell into Seito's palm and was put away by Seito using the universe in one sleeve technique. Done! Seito smiled. Then, he raised his head and looked outside through the barrier. Since you can't wait, then come in. Almost as soon as his words fell, the entire barrier immediately shattered with a crisp "paw" sound. Then, without waiting for the people from the hero faction to show any joy, the same cryptic feeling spread out once again. Not good. Galger's expression changed drastically. Light then flashed around his body, and a series of magic arrays that were different from each other yet perfectly blended together appeared. The magic arrays emitted waves of magic light that neutralized Idosei's barrier. TSK, I didn't expect you to be a great sorcerer. Seito, who couldn't use the barrier to capture all the heroes, looked at Galger, who was wearing Haori, and clicked his tongue. As expected of the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. You're really powerful, Galger said in a deep voice. Where's Leonardo? Galger asked. Do you want him? Give me Yazaka, who you captured in exchange. Seito smiled. Clang! At that moment, Siegfried shook off Kiba, Yudo and Genova's entanglement and returned to the heroes' faction's party with a crisp sound. Similarly, Kiba, Yudo and Genova had no choice but to return to the team with regret and unwillingness. They stood together with Wisteria, Irina and Ninio. Whoosh! Then, a light breeze whistled. The fallen angel governor Athasiel and Chao Chao also ended their battle and returned to the team. However, at this moment, the two of them had more or less changed their appearances. They looked battered and exhausted. However, compared to the surrounding scenery that they had destroyed, it was many times better. Chapter 1773. Good job. A Thasher, who had removed his forbidden state, smiled and praised Seito. You are indeed a strong enemy, Chow Chow said with a gloomy expression. Itomori smiled softly and did not express any opinion on this. He just asked again, how is it? Do you want to change? Hearing Seito's words, Jiu Chong showed a nervous and expectant expression. Although Leonardo is our indispensable partner, for the sake of our goal, an appropriate sacrifice is acceptable. Presumably, he would agree with this point of view. So my choice is to refuse, Chow Chow said coldly. That's a pity. Leonardo is so pitiful to be represented and abandoned. Seito shook his head and sighed. Are you trying to sow discord? You're wrong, Siegfried said. Siegfried said, as soon as we decided on our target, we were already prepared to sacrifice ourselves, so don't waste your time. You've really been brainwashed, a Thasher sighed. Then, Chow Chow, the reason for your hero sex actions, or rather, the goal you set? A Thasher looked directly into Chow Chow's eyes and asked softly. Governor of the fallen angels, what surprised you is that the reason for our actions is very simple. We just want to know what level we can reach as a human. We are challenging this. I believe that the ones who can defeat the demons, dragons, fallen angels, and other supernatural races are humans. No, it's definitely humans. Chow Chow answered firmly. For this goal. Even Seito could not help but feel a little shaken when he heard this. After all, in the end, Itomori was also a member of the human race. Do you want to be a hero? Cough, because you are the descendant of a hero, a Thasher guessed. This is a little challenge from a weak human. Under the heavens, where can a human go? I want to try. Chow Chow ignored a Thasher's words and pointed a finger at the sky. A great goal. To be honest, I'm also a little tempted, Seito suddenly said after a few seconds of silence. As soon as he said this, a Thasher frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. If the Red Dragon Emperor is willing to come to my side, I welcome you. On behalf of the hero sect, Chow Chow smiled. Then I have a question to ask you. Is the power displayed by you with the divine artifact really the power of human beings? Itose asked softly with a smile on his face. Chow Chow's eyebrows furrowed. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on a Thasher's face. If the artifact holder uses the artifact to achieve victory, is it an artifact? Or the victory of the artifact? Not giving Chow Chow any time to react. Chow, Seito asked again. Also, have you forgotten why divine artifacts are called divine artifacts? Artifact, as the name suggests. Artifacts made by gods in the world of the Demon Academy. Its original existence was a gift and power bestowed to humans by the gods. Therefore, from this point of view, Chow Chow and the hero sect, who used the artifact to wreak havoc in the world and pursued the limits of human beings, had deviated from the basics and used inhuman power. Can you answer me? Seito, who did not get an answer, urged after waiting for a moment. I understand what you mean. Yes, there is a problem with our actions and goals, Chow Chow, who had inherited Chow Chow's name, soul, and bloodline, simply admitted. Chow Chow, Siegfried called out. Chow Chow raised his hand and stopped Siegfried, then continued, although there are some problems, I will not give up on that goal. However, I will gradually get rid of the artifact's power in the future. I have to thank you for reminding me. Since you are ready to gradually get rid of the influence of the artifact's power, how about you give it to me now? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Hearing Seito's words, Asashal's eyes flashed. Ha 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 ha, after saying so much, this is your goal, Chow Chow said with a smile. That's right. I have always coveted the artifact of divine destruction, Seito said with a faint smile. If you want the Holy Spear of Dusk, then get it with your ability. Chow Chow said seriously. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and began to emit a powerful aura that pressed down on the hero sect not far away. Cao Cao was not to be outdone and also released his aura. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire field became tense. Cao Cao, this is not the right time. Retreat first and come back next time, Siegfried said as he reached out and pressed on Cao Cao's shoulder. Instantly, Cao Cao's aura stagnated and slowly retracted. Tonight, we will use Nine Tails in charge in Nijo Castle to conduct a huge experiment in Kyoto City's special force field. If you want to stop us, then come and join us, Cao Cao said after calming down. Then, the gray fog that originally filled the surroundings began to gather and rose quickly like a wall of fog, quickly separating the two sides. Hey, everyone has returned to the original space. Dispel the attack. Asashel hurriedly reminded. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed abruptly and returned to the intact Mist Mountain. At the same time, the ordinary tourists who had disappeared reappeared in front of everyone. What nonsense are you spouting? Experiment in Jingdu? Don't look down on me, boys. Asashel said fiercely as he punched the electric pole beside him like an ordinary person. Obviously, he was provoked by Cao Cao's words before he left. Mother didn't do anything. Why? At the same time, Jiu Chong said with a sad face. Hey boy, how about you hand over that guy called Leonardo? Asashel said as he retracted his fist and turned to Seito. Okay. But only after I extract the artifact from his body. Seito narrowed his eyes and replied. Asashel quietly looked at Seito for a moment and nodded. Okay. I hope you don't do anything wrong. Otherwise, Sajik and I will never let you go. Before turning to leave, Asashel said in a voice so low that only he and Seito could hear it in Seito's ear. I'm only interested in collecting artifacts. I'm not interested in breaking the peace. Seito replied calmly. I hope so. After that, Asashel ignored Seito and walked to a corner where no one was paying attention. He spread his wings and flew into the distance. Needless to say, Seito knew that he must have contacted Seraphil and Michael. Seito silently looked at Asashel in the distance, then said goodbye to Kiba Yudo, Genova, and Wisteria Irina. He returned to the tofu pot shop, picked up the sleeping Losvaya, carried her back to the Seraphil Hotel, and put her back in her room. Then, Seito got up and left, returning to his room. He then activated the dimensional transfer magic circle and disappeared from the room. The next moment, Seito's figure appeared in the space bubble in the universe. Then, with a wave of his arm, Leonardo's body immediately appeared in the space bubble and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Then, Seito walked to Leonardo and began the third extraction of the artifact. Because of the increase in proficiency, it only took Ito more than 10 minutes to extract the God's extermination monster creation. Then, Seito put away demon beast creation, waved his hand, grabbed a group of wood energy full of life fluctuations from the void, and threw it into Leonardo's body, which was rapidly losing his life force. Compared with the pure life force extracted by the God of Life's authority, the effect was obviously a lot worse, but in this case, he could only use this method. Therefore, in order to strengthen the effect, Seito also used medical ninjutsu. Sure enough, the recovery effect was a lot stronger. In this way, under the dual effect of the 5 elements of wood and medical ninjutsu, Leonardo's life force completely stopped after about an hour. Phew, finally done. Seito, who put away the medical ninjutsu, said with a long sigh. After that, Seito rested for a while in the space bubble, picked up Leonardo, and activated the dimensional transfer magic circle to return to the room in the Seraph Hotel in Kyoto City. After a few hours, when the students were about to go to bed, Seito received the summons of Athashel. Seito got up and went to Athashel's room. At this time, in addition to Athashel, the Demon King Seraph Leviathan, Sheba Uto, Genova, Lothvias, Wisteria Irina, and the second-year dependents of Kangno were also in the room. The room, which was originally quite big, was crowded. Seito greeted everyone and sat down next to Lothvias. Since everyone is here, let's begin the battle plan. Athashel looked around at everyone in the room and said, "Now we have launched a very alert state with Nijo Castle and Kyoto Station as the center. We have mobilized people related to demons and fallen angels who are active in Kyoto and asked them to search for suspicious people. At the same time, the monsters living in Kyoto will also provide us with help. Although we still can't figure out the movements of the heroes, we have successfully detected that the ominous aura emitted from Kyoto is concentrated in Nijo Castle." Chapter 1774. Ominous Aura? Kiba Yudo asked Athashir with a puzzled look. Well, since ancient times, Kyoto has been a large-scale city built on the basis of yin-yang and feng shui. So there are so-called energy points everywhere. For example, Saimai Shrines Saimai Well, Suzuka Temple's Blissful Xidagarba, Fushimi Inari Shrines Kamehameha, and so on. There were innumerable places where there were force fields with unimaginable power. But now, the flow of the aura is chaotic, and the energy has begun to concentrate in Nijo Castle. Athashir explained. Then what will happen? Yuan Sherlang, who had taken the key to Tsangna's family, swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice. I don't know, but it's certainly not a good thing. Because they intend to use Kyubi, who controls the veins of the city, to do some experiment. We'll use this as the basis to explain the whole plan. Athashir said. For this point, no one had any opinion. First of all, you'll be on standby around Kyoto Station. It's also your job to defend this hotel. In any case, this hotel had a strengthened barrier, so even if something happened, it should be able to avoid the worst outcome. If there are still suspicious people approaching, you'll have to send your dependents to fend them off. Athathiel made arrangements. Understood. The family members responded in unison. Next is Jiminori's family and Irina and Sei Ito. Before mentioning Sei Ito's name, Athashir hesitated for a moment. Apparently, because of Leonardo's matter in the morning, he had some doubts about Sei Ito's use. But soon, Athashir put away the doubts in his heart and continued. I'm sorry to keep you like this. You're the main attackers. Later, you'll go to Nijo Castle. Although the enemy's combat power is still unknown, and it may become a dangerous gamble, we have to prioritize saving Princess Yuzaka. Retreat immediately after success. After all, they had already claimed that they were going to use Princess Yuzaka as an experiment. Although the possibility of this is just a lie is very high, I'm afraid it's true from Chow Chow's words and deeds. Of course, it's probably also because he's always wanted us to join the war. Kiba Yudo and Genova, Wisteria Irina and their hands clutched their abdomens, their faces pale. Losvaya, who looked like she was about to vomit at any moment, and Sei Ito nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. In addition, I've already called for counter-terrorism experts in advance. They are the strongest reinforcements that have fought countless bloody battles against Calamity. Asashel showed a happy smile when he mentioned the reinforcements. Reinforcements? Who? Kiba Yudo curiously asked. Anyway, just remember that it's an extraordinary item. That is good news, Athathiel replied. Puzzled looks appeared on the faces of the dependent. Also, this is bad news. This time, we've only been allocated 3 portions of Phoenix's tears. Asashel's smile faded. He sighed. Three portions? This is not enough at all? Besides, the enemy this time is a terrorist, Ki said in a very scary voice. Yes, I understand. But because Calamity has been engaging in terrorist activities all over the world, The demand for tears has increased. The supply situation of the important strongholds of the various factions is also not ideal. This is not something that can be mass-produced, so it's said that the Phoenix family is very busy. Plus, the price of this item on the market is soaring. Phoenix's tears, which was originally a high-grade item, has now become an item that has to be added with the word super in front of its name. It's said that some people are now discussing whether or not the rules of using tiers in the ranking competition must be changed. You have to know that this may affect your future matches, Athathiel explained. Wow, the others exclaimed. That's how it is. So, give 2 of these tiers to the main attacker, Jaimin. Give 1 to the reinforcement. The quantity is limited, so use it wisely, Athathiel said. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Excuse me, has this matter been reported to the various factions? Wisteria Irina raised her hand and asked. Of course. A large number of demons, angels, fallen angels, and monsters have gathered outside Kyoto. In order to not let them escape, we have set up an inescapable net. Because if we can catch them here, then it's naturally better to catch them here, Athathiel replied. I'll be in charge of the command of the outside. If a bad child wants to escape, I'll destroy him with the various factions, Seraphil said in a cute voice. But when they thought of this guy's personality, it was really hard to feel safe. After that, everyone said a few more words. The family members were sent out of the room, leaving only Sei-Ito and Seraphil in Athathiel's room. Sei-Ito, who understood the two's intentions, did not say anything. He directly used his mind to summon Leonardo's unconscious body. Go ahead and ask whatever you want to ask. I'll be leaving first, Sei-Ito said as he got up. Seraphil and Athathiel did not say anything as they watched Sei-Ito walk out. Oh right. As for the tears of Phenicon, have you thought of researching a substitute for it? Just as Sei-Ito walked to the entrance, he suddenly stopped. He was about to leave the room when he suddenly stopped and turned his head halfway to ask the two in the room. Well, Achuka Beelzebub is currently researching it, Seraphil replied. I see. Sei-Ito nodded slightly. Since you've brought this up, you must have something to say, right? Asashel went straight to the heart of the matter. Sei-Ito smiled slightly, turned around, and threw out 2 items. The red one is a healing potion. The purple one is a mana recovery potion. You can try it on someone, Sei-Ito explained after Athathiel caught the items. Athathiel lowered his head and looked with some surprise at the test tube bottle in his hand that shone with a demonic red light and a strange purple light. I didn't expect you to have something like this in your hands, Athathiel said. Sei-Ito smiled. He did not say anything. The latter tossed the test tube bottle to Seraphil, who was next to him. I'll get someone to use it later, Seraphil said seriously. Obviously, she already understood the meaning of these 2 items. Sei-Ito nodded, turned around, opened the door, and left the room. This guy, Athathiel said helplessly. Next, everyone stayed in the hotel for a while. This time, they all left the room together and went to the nearby gathering point, the battle in the capital. That's... Sei-Ito looked at the extra item on Genova's body. It was wrapped in a cloth with many strange symbols drawn on its surface. Oh, you're asking about this, right? Genova opened the cloth bag and revealed the sheathed weapon inside. This was just sent over from the church. It's an improved version of Dilindar. Although it's going to be a real battle right from the start, it's more like Dilindar and I. It's pretty good. Sei-Ito nodded in realization, then announced, All right, let's head to Nijo Castle now. Red Dragon Emperor. I want to go too. However, just as everyone was about to depart, a clear voice came from not far away. Sei-Ito turned to look. In an instant, the petite girl dressed as a witch, Jiu Chang's figure came into view. You're making things very troublesome for us if you do this, Sei-Ito said with a frown. I want to save my mother, Jiu Chang replied. I understand how you feel, but I don't agree with your current actions. Also, Leviathan and Athathiel have said, it's very dangerous, I hope you don't move. Seito patiently dissuaded her. They did say that, but I want to save my mother. Please. Bring me along with you. I beg you. Jiuchong begged Seito with tears in her eyes. Seito frowned, wondering if he should teleport her back. However, at this moment, the sudden appearance of a gray cloud quickly interrupted his thoughts. Seito reached out his hand and grabbed Jiuchong's petite body. The next moment, the scene changed, and everyone else disappeared. Looks like it's the same phenomenon that happened during the day again, Jiuchong, who was caught by Seito, said as she looked around. Sigh, looks like I'll have to bring you along. Seito sighed helplessly, then looked at Jiuchong and said seriously, remember not to run around later, and don't leave my identity. Okay, Jiuchong, who knew that she could follow him to save her mother, said happily. At that moment, a melodious ringtone rang in the quiet environment. It was his phone. Seito took out his phone, pressed the answer button, and put it next to his ear. Sensei, where are you? Kiba voice came from the phone. I'm probably at the Kyoto Underground Station. What about you guys? Seito looked around and replied. I'm at the Kyoto Imperial Institute. Lasvias is here too, Kiba said. Looks like the enemy wants to split us up on purpose, Seito said. You and Lasvias be careful. We'll meet up at Nijo Castle. Okay. Sensei too, Kiba said. After that, Ito-sei hung up the phone and contacted Genova. After learning that Wisteria Irina was with her, he gave her some instructions before hanging up the phone again. He then pulled out the map that he had previously recorded on his phone and found the location of himself and Nijo Castle. Let's go. We'll save your mother, Seito said as he held Jiuchong's little hand. Okay, Jiuchong nodded in response. Then, the two of them stepped forward and moved toward Nijo Castle. Because it was a copy space created by absolute mist, there was not a single person in the entire city. It was as if they were in a ghost town and it gave them goosebumps. Chapter 1775. As he walked, Seito raised his eyebrows slightly. Swoosh. Then, 3 cold beams of light slashed towards his body from the top, middle, and bottom. Ah! Kyuchu, who was shocked by this change, screamed subconsciously. Seito did not do anything after that. With a muffled bang, the 3 cold beams were blocked by an invisible barrier. Come out, Seito shouted. The moment he finished speaking, 2 men and 1 woman wearing the unique black uniform of the hero sect suddenly appeared in front of Seito. Cannon fodder sent here to buy time, huh? Seito glanced at the 3 indifferently. Then, with a thought, 3 pitch-black rifts suddenly opened up behind the 3 attackers. They produced a powerful suction force and swallowed the 3 of them. Ah! The 3 of them screamed in horror, knowing that they would not end well. Then, the spatial rifts recovered and returned to their original appearance. Let's go, Seito, who had finished off the 3 attackers, said calmly. Oh, okay, Kyuchu replied subconsciously. The 2 of them resumed their pace and continued to move toward Nijo Castle. This time, they did not encounter any obstructions on the way, allowing them to smoothly arrive in front of Nijo Castle. However, at this time, there was no one in front of the east gate of Nijo Castle apart from him and Kyuchu. Obviously, they had not arrived yet. However, the 2 of them did not have to wait for long. In about 3 to 5 minutes, Shiba Losvaya, who was still struggling with her tumbling stomach, Genova, and Wisteria Irina arrived in front of Nijo Castle. Sorry, we're late, Shiba said. Blurg. Losvaya cooperated and made a vomiting sound. Seeing this, Ito-sei walked forward and pressed his glowing green palm on the back of Losvaya, who was hugging her waist like she was vomiting. Almost instantly, Lasvia's expression became much better. Thank you, Losvaya, who had recovered slightly, expressed her gratitude. From the looks of it, you guys were attacked too? Seito smiled at Losvaya and accepted her gratitude. Then, he looked up at Shiba Yudo Genova and Wisteria Irina's damaged clothes and asked. Yes, Shiba Yudo confirmed. Chow Chow seems to value us, Seito smiled. Creak. Creak. The moment Seito's voice fell, the east gate that had been closed all this time suddenly opened, revealing the path that led into the city. It seems that the other side can't wait any longer, Ito-sei chuckled as he looked up at the depths of Nijo Castle. Chow Chow. We've been underestimated, Genova said. After that, they no longer hesitated. Then stepped into the city. Chow Chow, Chow 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 said. Chow Chow is waiting for us in Hanmaru's imperial palace. Shiba Yudo said. They first passed through the 2 courtyards of Hanmaru, then passed through the ore gate that was connected to Hanmaru. The first thing that came into view was a courtyard that had been swept clean and tidy. The eaves of the old Japanese-style houses were lined up next to the courtyard, refracting the light from somewhere and illuminating the entire courtyard. You guys defeated the assassin who used Forbidden Hand? Although those guys are only low-level or mid-level divine artifact wielders among us, they were still people who used Forbidden Hand. Even so, you guys still managed to win. It's really amazing. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded in the courtyard. It was Chow Chow's voice. Then, dozens of members of the Heroes sect appeared on top of the surrounding eaves, looking down at Seito and the others in the courtyard. Mother! Immediately after, Karachong's voice sounded. Seito followed Karachong's gaze and looked over. Not far from where Chow Chow was, an adult version of Karachong's figure came into view. It was the target of this operation, Kyubi Yazaka. At that moment she was standing there pretty. Her face was expressionless and her eyes were empty. She looked like she was being controlled. Mother! I'm Karachong. Please wake up. Karachong called out loudly. However, no matter how she called out, Yazaka did not respond. She stood there like a dead object. You guys are too despicable. What did you do to Mother? Karachong turned around and glared at Chow Chow and the others, questioning them loudly. Didn't I tell you? We hope that your mother can help us with some experiments during this period of time, little princess. Chow Chow replied. Having said that, Chow Chow suddenly placed the spear on his shoulder on the ground and knocked the end of it on the ground. Dong! Woo! Woo! In an instant, the expressionless Yazaka's expression became distorted, and he let out a painful cry. At the same time, Yazaka's body shape began to change. Her 9 furry tails quickly expanded. Not long after, she turned into a huge 9-tailed golden fox that was over 10 meters tall. She let out a beast-like roar. Chow Chow, what do you want to do with her? Seito asked calmly. The existence of Kyoto itself is a large-scale spell generator that is surrounded by powerful energy channels. The place that is called a famous place is the Node of Power. It is rich in spiritual power, and magical power. This is because the ancient Onmyogus who created this city wanted to turn the city itself into a huge power. Well, it's also because of this that all kinds of existences are attracted to this place. Chow Chow explained as he tapped his shoulder with his spear. This suspected space exists between the dimensional crevice that is infinitely close to Kyoto but also infinitely far away. The energy channels also flow here. The 9-tailed fox is the highest existence among the monsters. It is called the Dragon King level. In addition, Kyoto and the 9-tailed fox are inextricably linked. Therefore, the plan here is meaningful. At this point, Chow Chow let out a long sigh before continuing. Use the power of Kyoto and the 9-tailed fox to summon the true Crimson Dragon God in this space. Originally, it would be easier to summon multiple Dragon Kings. However, if you forcefully take away multiple dragon kings, even gods and Buddhas can't do it. Therefore, I'm going to use the power of Kyoto and the nine-tailed fox instead. Don't tell me you're going to use the true Crimson Dragon God as a target. Seito sneered. It's our boss. I felt that it was a hindrance and wanted to return to its hometown. However, it seems to be very troublesome. Chow Chow explained. As someone who understood the original author and had been a nanny for so long, Seito knew who the boss that Chow Chow was talking about was. It was the dragon god Orpheus with the title of Infinity. What do you plan to do after summoning the true Crimson Dragon God? Lothwise, who felt much better after Seito's treatment, asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. In short, I'll capture it first and then think about what to do with it. There are still a lot of unknowns about its state of existence. Just by investigating it, I've gained a lot. For example, how much influence can the Dragon Eaters have on the true Crimson Dragon God? Well, no matter what, this is just an experiment. An experiment to see if I can summon a powerful being. Chow Chow answered casually. You have a spirit of research. However, that won't do. Your experimental subject is the target of our rescue. I'm afraid you won't be able to do as you wish. Seito said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Genova immediately took out the new Dilindar and pointed it at Chow Chow. In an instant, a large amount of holy spiritual energy began to gush out from the scabbard and covered the entire blade, forming a spiritual light blade that seemed to have materialized. It emitted a powerful spiritual energy that made one's skin tighten. Although I don't understand, I know that your thoughts will bring danger to us and the people around us. Therefore, it's best to annihilate all of you here. Genova continued. I also agree with Genova's opinion. Kiba Yudo nodded in agreement. Me too. Wisteria Irina followed suit. Then, without waiting for the others to react, the new Dilindar in Genova's hand, which had already become ridiculously large due to the spiritual light blade, increased its spiritual aura once again, causing the blade to suddenly grow to about 15 meters long. A large amount of spiritual energy gushed out and slashed at Chow Chow and the others like a giant tree. Preemptive strike. Eat my sword. Boom. There was a loud rumble, and the strong impact of spiritual energy destroyed and blew away everything in the surroundings. It was like a hurricane and a tsunami spreading in all directions. Then, the ground cracked and split into two halves. The huge vibration forced Kyuchong, who was unable to defend himself, to sit on the ground. It was truly a devastating blow. Phew! After the attack ended, Genova let out a long sigh. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat that had appeared on his forehead. He looked as if he had finally completed his work. As expected, it's necessary to do it during the opening ceremony, Genova said. Then, he stared ahead. Voila! At that moment there was a commotion. Multiple members of the hero sect emerged from the rubble that had been pushed aside. Moreover, looking at their undamaged appearance, it was obvious that they had not suffered any damage. Absolute mist, Seito said as he watched the mist gradually dissipate from the members of the hero sect. Not bad. Chow Chow's tone was filled with joy as he said, this attack is already comparable to the backbone of the superior devil. No, it's comparable to the highest level of the superior devil's dependent. The Devil King's sister really has a group of outstanding dependents. If they officially participate in the rating game, they will be able to enter the double digits in a short period of time. Within 10 years they will be ranked at the top, right? All in all, their future is bright. But what should we do next? As for me, after taking that hit just now, my excitement level has become a bit strange. Then, Chow Chow changed the topic and said so. In an instant, the word masochist appeared in Seito's mind. Oh right. Then, let's begin the experiment. Then, Chow Chow used the end of the spear to knock on the ground again. Then, the demonic nine-tailed beast's body glowed. Inject power into the nine-tailed fox's power node. Prepare to summon the true crimson dragon god, Galgar. Galgar, Chow Chow ordered. Understood, Galgar, the owner of the absolute mist, replied. Then, Galgar stretched out his hand. Immediately, countless magic arrays with various patterns appeared around him. The numbers and magic words listed in the magic arrays began to rotate at an extremely high speed. Just by looking at the magic arrays, I can see that there are Northern European, devil, fallen angel, black magic, white magic, elf magic. There are quite a lot of spells. Los Valles narrowed her eyes and whispered. As she spoke, another huge magic array appeared under the nine-tailed beast. Los Valles, you are in charge of breaking that guy's magic array, Saito ordered. All right, Lothwise replied. Lumberyard, Genova, Wisteria Irina, the three of you protect Ninefold and deal with the attacks of the other heroes' sect members, Saito ordered. Yes, the three replied in unison. Let's go. After that, Saito's figure flashed and appeared in front of the mist emissary and punched him in the face. The mist emissary's expression changed and gray mist gathered around him. Pfft! The punch went deep, but it was as if he had punched cotton. Your opponent is me, the Red Dragon Empress. With a slight whistling sound, a spear pierced towards Saito's body from the side. Saito dodged and retreated to the side. Chow Chow, I have to control this magic array with all my strength. I can't get away for now. Also, this is very tiring. Remember not to let anyone disturb me, Galgar said to Chow Chow, who was in front of him. Got it, Chow Chow replied. Then he shouted, Siegfried, Joan of Arc, Hercules. Yes. Oh. A blonde exotic beauty with a thin blade in her hand and a man with a giant physique walked out of the crowd and answered. At the same time, the white-haired Siegfried drew a magic sword from his waist and walked towards Lumberyard Yudo and the others. Come, Red Dragon Empress. Let's fight to our heart's content, Chow Chow said as he pointed his spear at Saito. The corners of Ito-Sei's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Then he waved his arm and countless lightning bolts shot towards Chow Chow like lightning. Chow Chow stabbed with his spear and deftly blasted the lightning bolts away. Then, Chow Chow took a step forward and appeared in front of Saito as if he had teleported. His spear stabbed towards his body. Saito dodged to the side and brushed past the tip of the spear. At the same time, he hit Chow Chow's face with a sandsho. Chow Chow leaned back and raised his leg to kick Saito's abdomen. Saito jumped back and dodged. He raised his hand and shot out a lightning bolt. Bang! Chow Chow raised his spear and blocked the lightning bolt's path, blocking the attack. Chapter 1776. Ha, how delightful! As expected of a sky dragon. It's great to be able to fight against a legendary dragon. This is proof that I'm also a descendant of a hero from the bottom of my heart. Chow Chow laughed as if he had tasted something delicious. If that's all, you won't be able to hold on for long, Saito said softly. Is that so? Let's give it a try then, Chow Chow said. Saito smiled softly. Then, his body suddenly transformed into a dozen Saito and attacked Chow Chow together. Illusions? Chow Chow stabbed the spear in his hand to resist. However, defending for a long time was bound to fail. Just as Chow Chow used a stab to miss, an Ito-Sei figure suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him in the back. Bang! Chow Chow shot out like a cannonball amidst the violent muffled sound. Boom! He flew for more than 10 meters before he fell heavily to the ground. Then, Saito's figure flashed and appeared above Chow Chow. He pointed his finger downward. In an instant, 6 bright yellow lights suddenly appeared and shot directly at Chow Chow below. Binding Path 61, 6 Pillars of Light. Then, Seito descended and appeared beside Cao Cao. He punched at his head. However, just as Seito's fist was about to land on Cao Cao's forehead, a huge burst of holy power suddenly erupted from Cao Cao, or rather, from the holy spear of dusk in Cao Cao's hand. It formed a shockwave that forced Seito back. At the same time, Cao Cao's body was hit by the 6 pillars of light. Then, Cao Cao stood up. He looked at Seito, who was opposite him. As expected, I shouldn't have thought about keeping a trump card. I should have gone all out from the start. I admit that this was my mistake. Cao Cao chuckled. Seito narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Now I'll show you what I look like at full strength. Then, Cao Cao loudly chanted an incantation. A spear. The true holy spear that can pierce through gods. Absorb the Overlord's ideal that is dormant in my body, and open the gap between blessing and destruction. Thou, expound your will, and turn into glory. An indescribable power of holy light erupted from Cao Cao's body, releasing a large amount of light. The entire space was illuminated with a blazing white light. Cao Cao. Siegfried, who was fighting against Kiba Yudo and Genova, turned his head to look at Cao Cao. He squinted his eyes and shouted. Similar to him, Kimura Yudo and Genova also stopped their attacks and shifted their gazes to a spot not far away. Ha 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 ha, did Cao Cao erupt? The Red Dragon Empress is bound to lose. Hercules laughed as he destroyed Lasvia's spell with a single punch. Lothviasher said nothing. However, his heart sank slightly. It's time to speed up. Jean smiled as she dodged an attack from the angelized Wisteria Irina. What is that? The attack missed. Wisteria Irina, who was hovering in the air again, looked at the place where the holy light erupted and exclaimed in shock. That's the forbidden move of Cao Cao's divine destruction tool, the Holy Spear of Dusk. Jean explained. Forbidden move, the Holy King of the Eternal Night's Hui Spear. Cao Cao's voice sounded from within the light. Then, the light dispersed. Cao Cao was revealed once again. At this moment, a round wheel emitting holy light appeared behind Cao Cao's back, and 7 bowling ball-sized spheres floated around him. They emitted a pure white light. This is the forbidden move of my Holy Spear of Dusk, the Holy King of the Eternal Night's Hui Spear. Although it's not complete yet. Cao Cao smiled. That's not right. The information I received indicated that the forbidden move of the Holy Spear of Dusk should be the true dark white Holy Spear, not the Holy King of the Eternal Night's Hui Spear, Seito said with squinted eyes. That's right. Because this is a subspecies forbidden move that I develop. Cao Cao smiled. The Holy King of the Eternal Night's Hui Spear. Looking at the name, you seem to think of yourself as the Holy King of Luanzhuan, Seito said with a fleeting tone. Cao Cao smiled and did not deny it. Okay, let's start the battle again. Cao Cao said. First, scholars bow. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 7 spheres floating around Cao Cao suddenly trembled slightly, and then quickly expanded like flowing water. Almost in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a new Cao Cao. Obviously, the so-called Scholar's Bow's ability was to create doppelgangers. Then Ma Bao, Cao Cao said again. In the next moment, the 2 Cao Caos disappeared together, and in the next second, appeared on Seito's left and right, and launched an attack on him together. Seito flashed and disappeared between the 2. Ma Bao. But in the next moment, Seito, who had just appeared, was suddenly enveloped by a force, as if he had used teleportation to teleport in front of Cao Cao. Pfft! The spear that had been waiting there immediately pierced Seito's abdomen, who was unable to defend himself in time. The power of space, Seito said faintly. At the same time, his abdomen, which had been pierced by the Holy Spear of Dusk, began to turn into wood. Ma Bao can shift the position of any opponent in the field. Of course, it can also be used on myself like just now. Cao Cao smiled. Very good. Sei Ito said faintly. In the next moment, a mysterious wave of energy spread out from Sei Ito's body, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of dozens of meters, forming a barrier that enveloped both him and Cao Cao. Then, a magic circle appeared under Cao Cao's feet, and 4 bracelet-like rings as thick as a palm were wrapped around his 4 limbs and wrists, confining him in the air with his arms and legs spread out. Seeing this, the other Cao Cao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Generalissimo." In the next moment, a round ball rushed towards Sei Ito like a meteor. Sei Ito's mind moved, and a magic barrier was erected beside him. Boom! In the next second, a loud explosion erupted, and Sei Ito's body, which was damaged in many places, was sent flying like a cannonball. Generalissimo could release extremely destructive and impactful spherical attack. Then, the round ball appeared again, and continued to rush toward Sei Ito. In the air, Sei Ito forcibly stopped his body, and with a wave of his hand, he created a black hole in front of him, and swallowed the round ball that Generalissimo shot out. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the clone formed by Generalissimo. His hand was like a knife, and he slashed across Cao Cao's neck. Pfft! In the blink of an eye, a large head was sent flying into the sky. However, it quickly exploded into a ball of light, and reformed into a round ball that floated next to Cao Cao, who had used the power of holy light to break the imprisonment spell, and regained his freedom. However, compared to before, the color and brightness of the ball had clearly dimmed. Sei Ito turned around and looked at Cao Cao, who was not far away. Without saying a word, he summoned a large number of magic formations with his mind. Hundreds of magic formations, which densely covered almost half of the barrier, immediately appeared in the air, and surrounded Cao Cao like a circle. Then, the magic light bloomed and Cao Cao was attacked. However, at this moment, Cao Cao called out the name of a new treasure, jewelry. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a large vortex suddenly appeared around Cao Cao, and like a black hole, it swallowed all the magic attacks that were shot toward him. Jewelry. It has the ability to receive the attacks absorbed and transfer them to others. This attack is very strong, and if I take it head-on, I will definitely die. However, as long as I have this receive technique, Cao Cao stated. The so-called deflection was a term used in karate. It meant to deflect the enemy's attack. The effect was similar to shifting trees. As soon as he finished speaking, the vortex around Cao Cao quickly disappeared, but in front of Sei Ito, a new vortex suddenly appeared. Then, light bloomed and a powerful aura gushed out from the vortex. Whoosh! The light was like a huge beam of light, and it directly penetrated Sei Ito's body and swallowed him. Bang! Then, in the next moment, Cao Cao rolled and fell to the ground. Sei Ito replaced him in the original sky. Obviously, he had used the teleportation technique to dodge the previous attack. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed again, and appeared next to Cao Cao, and stepped on Cao Cao's head. Ma Bao! Cao Cao shouted. However, his expression immediately changed, and his face was filled with disbelief. Bang! The foot landed, and Cao Cao's head was stomped into the ground. You are still far from it, Sei Ito, who turned his foot twice like crushing a bug, said lightly. Then, he withdrew his foot, stretched out his hand, and took the holy spear in Cao Cao's hand into his hand. What a pity! Looking at the holy spear in his hand, Sei Ito said with a slightly regretful tone. Then, with a thought, he put the holy spear of dusk into the dimension. Then, he once again used the universe in the sleeve to shrink the unconscious Cao Cao, sealed him, and put him into the dimension. Then, he used his mind to undo the enchantment and reappeared. Sei Ito glanced at the situation on the battlefield, and finally, his eyes fell on Hercules, who had already used the forbidden hand. "Fire!" Hercules shouted, and a small missile that looked similar to a man's symbol appeared on his body immediately flew out, with a long tail flame behind it, and blasted toward Lothvias. Lothvias did not dare to hesitate and quickly set up layers of magic circles around her. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large number of explosions reverberated in the space. However, just as Lothvias was about to take a new round of attacks, Saito's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Lothvias! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."